Welcome everyone to the September 2021 meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. We're going to start with an invocation by Pastor Karen Boda of the Christ Lutheran Church, followed by the pledge led by Tim Pierce.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we give you thanks for gathering these public servants of the Cobb County Planning Commission and all from the community who gathered to do the work to which they have been called. We give thanks for their willingness to serve those who have been entrusted to them. We pray now for your guidance and your wisdom, for your presence in this place. Open our eyes to greet each day with a sense of awe, gratitude, and respect for creation, for all creatures that inhabit the earth, and for humanity in all its diversity and complexity, your handiwork entrusted to our care and love. Teach us to appreciate life and see each day as an opportunity to do your work in the world, serving our neighbor, sharing our faith, and expressing our gratitude for your steadfast love and compassion. Grant safety for all who serve in our community, first responders, government officials, those who serve on the front lines of the COVID pandemic, those put in the way of any harm. Send your Spirit to guide us during this lingering pandemic to show patience, exercise flexibility, and care for our neighbors' physical and spiritual well-being. Inspire in us a spirit of sacrificial love and concern for one another, especially the most vulnerable. Protect especially the children in our schools, that these places of learning may remain safe harbors. Surround these servants with people from all walks of life and many backgrounds. Among the many voices who will cry out to them every day, may they hear your voice clearly and distinctly above all others. Let their guiding focus remain on loving you and loving our neighbors with justice, compassion, mercy, and kindness. We pray all these things in the name of the one who gives us joy, hope, and peace. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before I turn things over to John Peterson, let me just quickly welcome our newest member, David Anderson, and he was appointed by District 2 Commissioner Richardson. He obtained his bachelor's degree in economics from Harvard, his master's in business administration from the Wharton School at Penn. He was a project manager at the New York City Economic Development Corporation. His children attend Murdoch Elementary, and his wife is a psychologist with the VA, and we're thrilled to welcome you here today. Look forward to your contributions. John, where are you today? There you are. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board, and folks in attendance today. The hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we would ask that the applicant stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that case. We would also ask the opposition to please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing the applicant and any opposition, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if more than one person wishes to speak on an issue, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side gets 10 minutes in total, and you don't want one person taking up the entire 10 minutes or the same thing repeated over and over in a 10-minute time period. Then after both sides have had their 10-minute presentation period, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more people to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued by the staff or the Planning Commission, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z25 of 2021, the Furniture and Mattress Warehouse LP. This case was continued by the staff until the October 5th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z25 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z44 of 2021, Winsong Properties. This case was continued by the staff until the October 5th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z44 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z48 of 2021, Ray Murphy. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the November 2nd, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z48 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z57 of 2021, Stacy Bagwell. This case was continued by the staff until the October 5th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z57 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z63 of 2021, Woodfield Acquisitions LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the October 5th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z63 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, before I move on to the next case, the applicant did submit a letter to withdraw rezoning case Z63 of 2021. Can I have the applicant come forward, please? So I think at this moment, the board can vote to withdraw without prejudice. The letter came in a little bit late for us to revise the agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So the applicant is present, Mr. Chairman and Board, and the staff would ask the board to withdraw rezoning case Z63 of 2021 without prejudice.
Okay, that case is in District 2. Please lead the discussion.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Moore. I'm supportive of with making a motion to withdraw without prejudice case Z63.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, the second by Commissioner Dance. Call the question. Okay, by a vote of 5-0, that motion carries. That case is withdrawn without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. And next case we have is SLEP 3 of 2021, Ray Murphy. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the November 2nd, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 3 of 2021 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, I do have two requests to continue two other cases that were on your agenda to be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z56 of 2021, Trayton LLC. The applicant has asked this case be continued until your October hearing date. So at this point, I would ask the board to continue rezoning case Z56 of 2021.
That case is in District 4. Okay. There's been a motion for continuance. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dance. Call the question. All right, so by a vote of 5-0, that motion carries.
Thank you. And last case I have on my agenda that needs to be continued is rezoning case Z62 of 2021, Perimeter Construction Group LLC. The applicant is asking this case be continued, Mr. Chairman and Board, so the staff would ask you to continue rezoning case Z62 of 2021 until your October hearing date.
Okay, so that case is also in District 4, if I'm correct. Planning Commissioner Hughes.
October 5th.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Call the question. Okay, that motion also carries by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. I would like to ask people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please put your phones on mute as the ringing does interfere with the broadcast and the presentations. And any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of a rezoning application, a campaign contribution totaling $250 more is made to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of this room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Please do so.
Thank you. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for September 7th, 2021. First case on consent is LUP 20. Fago Santos requests a temporary land use permit for outdoor photography in land lots 103 and 126 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Old 41 Highway, west of Kimberly Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, final site plan submitted June 29th, 2021. Number 2, maximum of 2 employees. Number 3, 1 sign up to 6 square feet. Number 4, clients by appointment only with a maximum of 3 clients per day. Number 5, fire department comments and recommendations. And number 6, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 20?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next case on consent is LPSP 2 of 2021, Margarita Zazzuto. Request a limited professional services permit for a beauty salon in land lot 231 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Windy Hill Road and on the west side of Charles Rogers Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received June 9th, 2021. Number 2, hours of operation be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Number 3, maximum of 2 employees. Number 4, business only to be conducted within the house facing Windy Hill Road. Number 5, 1 sign up to 20 square feet along Windy Hill Road frontage. Number 6, applicant to reside in a home facing Charles Rogers Road. Number 7, all comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And number 8, approval is for this use beauty salon and for the applicant only. Is there anyone here opposed to LP SP 2 of 2021?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments or motions regarding the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Commissioner Valls moved for approval of the consent agenda. Is there a second? Any discussion at all? Call the question. Okay, so by a 5-0 vote, that motion passes. The consent agenda is approved.
Okay, all those folks that were here for consent, you're free to go. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. And moving into the continued case agenda, first case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z23 of 2021, 5912 Mapleton Parkway LLC. Request a rezoning from NS and CRC to CRC for commercial retail in land lot 78 of the 18th District. The property is located on the west side of Mapleton Parkway, the north side of Old Powder Springs Road, and south of Old Alabama Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z23?
No. There's one, sorry.
Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
For the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff, and represent the applicant, 5912 Mapleton Parkway, LLC. Mr. Larry Norwood is its principal, and he's been here for all of the meetings we've had. He's been in Savannah on business and doesn't return until tomorrow, so he sends his regards and also his expression of thanks for the work that Mapleton Improvement Coalition, the Planning District Commissioner, and others have done on this. Although his credentials seem, Harvard credentials seem kind of suspect, I want to welcome Mr. Anderson to the Planning Commission, and you'll be a great addition.
We can't,
joining
we
these
can't
other-
all be bulldogs, Council.
He's all brilliant, luminaries. This property that you can see, either we're going to show it on, there you go. This property consists of a 2.331 acre tract of land. As you can see, it's located on the north side of Old Powder Springs, and it is on the west side of Mableton Parkway. I rezoned the property back in, well, I didn't, the Board of Commissioners rezoned the property back in 2018 from PSC and O&I to CRC for the purposes of an assembly hall. And we had some quite intricate plans, and it included the totality of the property that you're seeing here now, which is upside down. Which one are you looking at, that one or that one?
This is your,
Let's go with this one. Love technology. There you go. This property was rezoned back in 2018. So when it was rezoned with a multiplicity of stipulations and conditions that were attuned to an assembly hall. Since that didn't come to fruition because of the economic circumstances, pandemic, and other reasons, this property is owned specifically for that. It can't be used for any other purposes. Since it was rezoned CRC, it was in a community activity center at the time. That's now changed. It's in a neighborhood activity center, which really doesn't change our request, except we've agreed to delete our original application from CRC to NRC. As I mentioned, this has been held on a number of occasions. We've had, but it's given us an opportunity, since my client owns the property, he's not paying carrying charges and things like that, to get it right. And so we've sorted through things with staff and, as I mentioned, with the District Planning Commissioner and the Mableton Improvement Coalition reps, and Ms. Myers here today. I think there's a couple of touchstones we may have some disagreement with, but all in all, we've worked well and for a long time together. The church that you see next door, if you look immediately south of the building or the footprint, that is a Hispanic church. We have the ability from a, not a reciprocity, but an easement that allows us to park as many parks as we want to on that property. The balance of the property, the other three parcels you see with frontage on Old Powder Springs, within the past month and a half, had just been sold to the church. So the church has evidently some expansion plans, and we wish them well. They've been great neighbors. So our focus is really on the footprint and the building and the configuration and the parking and the maneuverability of the building to the north. And we look forward to seeing what the church is going to do. Right now they meet on Saturday nights only. I don't know if they're building a new building or expanding their parking, but what we're asking with respect to those specific parcels is that they be rezoned to NRC with no present entitlement. They need to come back as another business application, since I don't have any plans and the church doesn't at this time either with respect to what they're going to do with the balance of the property, preponderance of which is located, as you see, on Old Powder Springs. We're rezoning this from CRC to NRC in substantial conformity to this revised site plan. We submitted this on September 1, and it's going to be used for retail, commercial purposes. We're talking to a lot of different users, but it'll be consistent with the NRC classification. We have, in conjunction with the Mableton Improvement Coalition and also in conjunction with what my client was willing to do and the District Planning Commissioner wanting to see, we have eliminated close to 20 otherwise permitted uses. I think the only one we disagree on, we've agreed to eliminate flea markets, thrift shops, consignment shops, discount dollar type stores, but Mr. Norwood would like to reserve the right if someone like a Goodwill comes along, or a Goodwill type of store coupled with the appropriate stipulations and conditions regarding outside storage and things like that. They have a prototype that they use, so and we're not talking to them, but we like the opportunity. Get rid of the flea markets, consignment shops, we get that, but we would like to have that. And as you can see with the stipulated, that's the only stipulation to which we have not agreed, and we've eliminated 18 such uses. The building you're seeing on the north of the property, this is approximately 15,000 square foot, so it's a good sized building, one story. It's oriented, as you can see, towards Mableton Parkway. This revised site plan meets the parking ratio requirements. It provides maneuverability around the building, which we didn't have before. We're in the process of conducting, or formulating, I guess is a better word, a turning ratio model that we'll submit during plan review. That was brought to our attention, I think, on Thursday or Friday by Amy Diaz of Cobb DOT last week. We've done some preliminary models, and we find that we can make those turning ratios, those turning movements, and we will have certainly that information to the Board of Commissioners prior to the deadline on the Wednesday before this zoning would be heard by them. The zoning ordinance is very specific on parking ratios, and we reflect the correct number of spaces on this as well. And not knowing what kind of business it is, it's difficult to do, and but knowing that it's going to be retail and most likely not a restaurant, it makes those calculations a little more easy. The architectural style and composition of the building, since this isn't considered a redevelopment, will stay essentially the same. It'll be retrofitted, rehabbed, repurposed, and of course, there'll be some exterior modifications to make it more aesthetically pleasing. Ultimately, when this is developed, it has to comply with the Mableton Parkway and Veterans Memorial Highway Corridor studies and guidelines that were adopted back in 2018. So there's an agreement, not that there needed to be because we're subject to those anyway, but wanted you to know the building will remain, except for aesthetic treatments and interior retrofitting, the same as it is now. We've agreed hours of operation between 7 and 9, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. We've set up a landscape oversight committee with representatives of Mableton Improvement Coalition, with Mr. Norwood, and with the Community Development Agency, with, of course, the District Commissioner being the final arbiter should we reach any points where we can't otherwise agree. There is one concurrent variance we're asking for, and that is NRC requires a 25-foot buffer on the western part of the property. We show, and have reduced that to, we had none last time, show a 10-foot planted, maintained buffer with a fencing component to it. And of course, that's going to be subject to the type of genus, species of the vegetation, the size and type of the fence will all be left up to that landscape oversight committee. And of course, again, the district commissioner will want to see the finality of that after the arborist has reviewed and approved it. There is one ugly sign or remnants of a sign on the property, but it's a very solid piece of steel. My client wants to try to incorporate that into a ground-based monument-style sign. I say good luck. So what we've agreed to do is we've got 120 days from the approval of the rezoning, should the board approve this, within which to fully incorporate into ground-based monument-style signage and/or demolish and remove it from the site. So any other signage you'll see will be ground-based, and that'll either be incorporated into in a legitimate fashion or it'll be gone. We've agreed to all of DOT's comments and recommendations, including, as I mentioned, the formulation of a turning analysis and going through those protocols, sidewalk, curb, and gutter along Mableton. Obviously, we've agreed to the conveyance of the necessary right-of-way to get to the appropriate 30 feet from center line of Mableton Parkway. And, of course, we've got the minor modifications fit in there so that the district commissioner ultimately can make and tweak this plan as it comes to fruition, who exactly is going to be the user here. So again, to reiterate Mr. Norwood's request, I thank the Mableton Improvement Coalition and the District Planning Commissioner, not to leave any of you guys out, and staff on this, because everybody's worked with us, because we've gone from a very specific set of circumstances to one that's a little more wide open in terms of retail commercial utilization. So for all these reasons, and with your staff having recommended approval, we do ask that you, as the Planning Commission, recommend approval as this application has been presented to you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now for the opposition.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Robin Meyer. I'm the chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Mableton Improvement Coalition. I'd like to echo Mr. Sams and thank Mr. Hughes and members of the staff and Mr. Norwood as well for a good conversation in the past 30 days. about how to make this property an asset for the community and workable for Mr. Norwood. I think Mr. Sams has done a good job of providing you with the history of this property. I won't wear out that topic. I can say that MIC recommends approval of this application so long as we can put in place and keep in place some important protections for the community. The first issue is parking. Despite the issues raised at the last hearing, some rather hopeful parking spaces remain on the site plan. The parking spaces along the sides of the building will simply not be usable with truck traffic to the back of the building. Similarly, the parking spaces to the west along the border with the adjacent home will not be usable because that buffer of 10 feet is simply not large enough to protect that residential property. Presently, the current zoning plan requires a 35-foot buffer, so dropping it to 10 is simply not acceptable. The church property is available for parking, we understand that, but this is a 15,000 square foot building and can generate an awful lot of parking needs depending upon the use. So there's some assumptions that we've all been working on here that may or may not be true in the future. They're true now, but the future is unknown in so many ways. The first is that the assumption that the church operates only on Saturday nights. That's something that we had also assumed. I drove by Sunday morning to see the church doors open and church in session. So clearly the Saturday night only assumption is not true. It also assumes that this property will always be a church. It seems likely it's going to be a church for a little while. They bought the adjacent property. But what if they look at that site, look at their plans, and think, well, you know, maybe we just need to start fresh someplace else. We've got a nice assemblage of property here. Maybe a developer comes along and offers some good money for it, and away they go. So away they go, but the property next door, 5912, will be dependent upon this parking easement, even though in the future this property could as well be a regular commercial property. So we need to take that into consideration as we think about the future of this property. We're losing some important conditions in the current stipulations letter. There's no longer renovation of this building required as it was in the 2018 zoning decision. Mr. Sams has talked about architectural improvements, but really the only thing in the stipulations letter is paint. We're losing the buffers for the single-family property, both adjacent to the 5912 building and the property on Old Powder Springs Road. We're losing a reliable, purpose-built parking lot for this property. We understand that. And the use for a cultural center is no longer required, so the uses are wide open. But we appreciate the long list of prohibited uses, but we'd like to tweak it just a little bit more. So what we're asking are these stipulations. That the property on Old Powder Springs Road, now owned by the church, be restricted to use by the church for church purposes only. That any new or expanded parking or building on any of this property, the church-owned property or 5912 Mapleton Parkway, come back to the Board of Commissioners as another business agenda item. That the buffers between the commercial property and the property before you, and the adjacent residential property, be 20 feet. NRC requires 25. We're willing to drop that to 20 from the existing 35. 10 is simply not appropriate. The house behind 5912 will be, this 20-foot buffer is their only protection against tractor-trailer unloading, parking lots, and all the things that go with a commercial building. We'd also like to remove the second sentence in Mr. Sams' stip letter of item G related to secondhand stores. We honestly don't understand it. We don't understand really exactly how a Goodwill store is different from any other sort of thrift store. Our community is saturated with thrift stores and secondhand stores, and we'd ask that there not be any more. We'd also like a stipulation that prohibits uses that require more parking than is available. And available would be what's available on the 5912 property with the unrealistic parking spaces removed, plus the parking at the church. Some of those prohibitions would likely be another church. That certainly is going to be a parking conflict, and large, and uses that require large numbers of people at one time, such as indoor recreation and team sports. Mr. Sams, I believe, has agreed to a dumpster enclosure, although his letter calls it a dumpster component, so we'd like to be sure that that's actually a dumpster enclosure. And we'd like to require that the building be painted within 90 days of BOC approval to a color that is approved by the district commissioner. So again, we appreciate the progress we've made. We'd like to make just a little bit more, and hope that you will do what you can to protect the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here for the, in opposition who wishes to speak? All right. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close the public portion, or public comment portion of the hearing, and this matters in District 4. Planning Commissioner Michael Hughes will lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chairman. First, let me thank the community representatives from MIC. I want to also thank Mr. Sams and Mr. Norwood too for spending some time with us to discuss this this zoning case. I think right now I have just a couple of questions for staff with respect to the site plan. John, there's a note on the site plan that references Juan Ramirez, and this is the site that's the property directly west of the subject property, or subject building, I should say. And it says zone PSC. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
It is PSC, not R20?
It's PSC. The GIS is up there right now.
Just make sure. And I don't have the monitor in front of me, so I can't see it. And it looks like it says R20 to me, unless I'm misreading it.
Is that the one you're talking about, Commissioner Hughes? The one there at the corner or on the other
No,
side?
it's on the other side. So directly to the west of the subject property, it looks like R20, yeah, right there.
That was R, I thought you were talking about the lower one. Yeah, that's R20.
Okay. With that being the case, what does the zoning ordinance require in terms of buffer?
For NRC, it'd be 20 feet.
20 feet, okay. Because I've heard 35, I've heard 25.
Yeah,
I just
35 feet's for CRC, so 20 feet's for NRC, which is
Okay.
what the staff recommendation is, to
Okay.
delete it to NRC.
Gotcha. When we continued this from last month, I think there were a couple of questions that I had with respect to the new information that was presented to us at that time. We had new owners, and I think at that time we wanted to just clarify how that impacted the zoning application going forward. I did reach out to Brian Johnson from the county attorney's office, and if I may just paraphrase a little bit, his response to me via email, it just indicated that he was unable to find any citation or specifically prohibit the parcel from being considered for rezoning absent the owner proactively withdrawing it from consideration. It seemed to him that we could continue with this rezoning process, for the rezoning process is application and owner driven. So I wanted to state that for the record. I think the other question that just sort of came up with respect to parking spaces on the site itself, and knowing that the property, well, spaces that were showing right there along Mableton Parkway, and that there was going to be a 10-foot multi-use trail constructed along Mableton Parkway, how that would impact those parking spaces. Amy Diaz was kind enough to check into that for me as well, and I think she had some conversations with the project engineer that simply indicated that the parking spaces may be impacted by construction easements while the trail is going in, but would be able to be put back in place as part of a finished project. So I just wanted to confirm that I was accurate in that they did not need any additional right-of-way at this location for any permanent parts of the trail. So those spaces could be counted, if you will, on the site. Let me sort of stop here and see if the other commissioners have any questions, because I'm ready to make a motion. Go ahead.
Commissioner Ball?
Yeah, I just had a follow-up for the applicant. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. We heard from from Mick, some of the issues that she still raised that y'all know y'all trying to get closer to, but she actually raised a question I had in my notes. And if you could just talk a little bit more about the Goodwill versus the thrift store in your list of prohibited.
I wish I could. If I had had a definition, it would have been either in that paragraph or a footnote to that paragraph. I understand consignment shops and thrift stores, and no one in South Cobb in that district, and I understand it, Dollar Trees and things like that. So I get that. But every operation I've seen of Goodwill, and it's based on 2 operations where my wife and I have been to deliver things. If you're there during the day delivering things, are peachy keen. You know, they're really professional. They know what they're doing. Whereas a mom and pop consignment store, or maybe even one of these Dollar Trees, don't. The problem, I think, comes from, I think people make free use of the fact that when they're closed, they're dumping things in front of the store. They're taking things to the back of the store where the dumpster is. So if you'll look at the language I've got, a Goodwill store only if it can provide the correct stipulations and conditions that will control that type of external issue to the store. But to give you, Commissioner, a definition of the difference between the 3 or 4, I cannot.
Okay.
And again, to reiterate, we haven't talked with any of those type users, and specifically, of course, not Goodwill either. Just
Got it.
seemed like a well-run operation.
I have one more question, Garvis. I'm sorry. The site plan references asphalt on the site. Is that proposed, or are you saying that, is that existing asphalt?
It's existing.
Okay. Because I've been out there to the site and I looked at it and I didn't see any asphalt.
Which side are we talking about? Where the 15,000 square foot building
Yes,
is?
sir. Yes.
Okay. No, the totality of the parking will be spread across both parcels. And so right now, the church parking is that. So we'd have to create a different surface in accordance with your regulations.
Okay.
And let me mention one other thing, because everyone kind of raises their eyebrow when you talk about, we've got a declaration of easements and restrictions which were recorded back in 2009. It's between Mr. Norwood or his company and the church and the totality of the property owners for the balance of it. It gives him the unilateral right. This is a document that runs with the property. It gives him the unilateral right to utilize any parking on any of these parcels, and yet it has no reciprocity. They're not allowed to do that. And it's a recorded document. It runs with the site. There'll never be a paucity. There'll never be ineffective situations in terms of parking ratio requirements. Now, I don't necessarily agree with Ms. Meyer's analysis as to whether those parking spaces work or not, because our engineer says it does, and I'm not credentialed as an engineer. But those are the sort of things that work out in plan review when they start actually counting parks. And I'm sure your county attorney will want to see this document. It's not your typical reciprocal easement agreement. It's a declaration of easements and restrictions. So there's never going to be a lack of parking or the ability to be able to utilize it and place in strategic positions.
Okay. I think Commissioner Ball has a few more questions.
Thanks. Just one more follow-up. Thank you for the answer to the first one. You also heard Representative from Mick mention a few other stipulations that they felt would help move this a little bit closer. Are you in agreement, or did you take any objection to some of the other things you mentioned around the dumpster closure?
Well, no, we've got that. I'm sorry, I call it a component instead of enclosure, but we're following, and site plans incorporate the positioning of the dumpster.
Okay.
And of course, your developmental ordinances spell it out precisely how it's supposed to be enclosed and that type of thing, so.
And the painting of the building within 90 days?
Not a problem. We actually, my client had spray washed it, and at our last conversation, I think the district commissioner was in on, I think the request was that all exterior changes, modifications, revisions, upgrades be held in abeyance until we had a user, but if they want to paint it in 90 days, we can certainly do that.
Okay, no further questions from me. Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions of the applicant while he's up? No? No one? Mr. Hughes, continue.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Garvis.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
I think where I'm at this point is I'm ready to offer a motion
Okay, please.
that Z 23-2021, I'm recommending that it be for approval based on the analysis by staff, deletion to NRC subject to the following. The district commissioner approving the final site plan and elevations to include the selection of paint, adherence to Mableton Parkway Veterans Memorial Highway Design Guidelines, stormwater comments and recommendations, DOT comments and recommendations, and applicant meet required parking. In addition, the second revised stipulation letter provided by the applicant dated August 30th, subject to the following changes. Item 4G, the second sentence will be deleted. Item 6, it's probably best if I just read this whole thing. Portions of the subject property consist of 3 tracts with frontage on Old Powder Springs Road, will be subject to stipulations and considerations contained herein only to the extent said property will be rezoned NRC, with a requirement that, and this is where the change is, that this portion of the property be restricted to the church-related activities, period. No new structures or parking facilities can be built without approval by the Board of Commissioners through rezoning application or other business item.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? I'm sorry. I apologize.
And then item 9, paragraph 3, the NRC district I'm sorry, 3. The revised site plan, which will be should be revised to reflect a 20-foot buffer along the entire western boundary of the subject area. And item 10, just insert the word the dumpster enclosure.
Okay.
That's my motion.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Planning Commissioner Dance. Is there any discussion at this time? No request for discussion? Call the question. All in favor? All right. That passes by a vote of 5-0 then. The motion passes by a vote of 5-0. Next case.
Okay, rezoning case Z31 of 2021. Pulte Home Company requests a rezoning from R20 to R15 LSC for a single-family residential
John,
subdivision.
I apologize. We've had a request that we take a break at this time in the hopes that we can get our monitors working up here.
Okay.
I apologize. Thank you. We're going to take just a 5-minute break. Back, everyone. Mr. Peterson?
Rezoning case Z31 of 2021, Pulte Home Company requests rezoning from R20 to R15 LSC for a single-family residential subdivision in land lots 303, 304, 345, and 346, and 347 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Ebenezer Road, north of the intersection of Ebenezer Road and Blackwell Road. The applicant is present. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z31? Please stand up and raise your hands. Let the record show there's 32 people here in opposition to rezone case Z31. And before we move on to that, Mr. Chairman and Board, I did get a request for the applicant for LUP 19 of 2021, Linda Kennedy. The applicant does have business in other parts of the metro area, so she is asking that the board move this case forward and hear this one right after we hear this current case.
Okay. Can I entertain a motion in that regard?
I'll move that we move 19 up in our agenda item.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Planning Commissioner Hughes. Call the question. All in favor? Anyone? No one opposed, since all five indicated in favor. So by a vote of 5-0, that agenda item will be moved up and heard after the case you just called.
Okay, and let the record show there's 32 people opposed to Z31. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr.
Morning, Mr.
Hosek,
Chairman.
for the applicant, welcome.
Good morning. My name's Rob Hosak. I'm here on behalf of the applicant this morning. Pulte Homes with me this morning. From Pulte is the Georgia Division's Land Acquisition Director, Chad Barrett. By way of background, Mr. Chairman, this case was originally considered by the Planning Commission in July. Was held at the request of the board or the request of the commission to look at some issues with the site plan. We did have a problem with the signs, so it was continued by staff to this date as we are here right now. Wanted to mention, similar to our first meeting with the Planning Commission, proposing two-story quality-built single-family homes, 2,500 square feet and up. We anticipate price points beginning at $500,000 and moving upwards. Passive recreational feature, 17-plus acres preserved as open space with a mandatory HOA responsible for upkeep and maintenance. Next slide, please. This is the revised plan that was filed at the end of July. Basically, we tried to incorporate direction from the Planning Commission at the July meeting. The plan still shows 99 lots at 2.03 units per acre. Next slide, please. Did want to provide some highlights to the Planning Commission as it relates to the changes we made between July and the plan that you see now. And this, we believe, was per the direction from the Planning Commission. There is now a 20-foot planted landscape easement that's been added to the rear of lots 1 through 18. When you combine that with the 10-foot perimeter buffer, we believe that now provides 30-foot of landscaping to screen the view of the houses from Ebenezer Road, which is an important point that the Planning Commission made during its July hearing. Lots 90 through 99 have been shifted west to provide 30-foot of landscaping between those particular side yards. and Lot 99 between Ebenezer Road. We've also made a number of adjustments specifically to lots 41 through 42, 66 through 69, and 82 through 85. They've been rotated 90 degrees, so the internal streets will orient them as such to where you will not be able to see the backs of houses, or the intent was to try to screen the backs of the houses as much as possible along Ebenezer Road. And then finally, I think importantly, we also widened lots 1 through 18 to provide for a 75-foot lot configuration towards the rear to present the appearance of larger lots. And we also did take some lot areas from interior lots and provide those to those exterior lots, thus creating bigger lots along Ebenezer Road. Did want to also mention there was some concern about what the landscape screening would look like, or how we would be able to screen the view along Ebenezer Road. We've provided a list of materials as well as a conceptual plan. Did want you to also see what our landscape architect envisioned as how that buffer / berm / fencing combination would work, in addition to the houses being rotated to whereby you would be seeing the sides of the houses versus the backs. Did want to also mention, as we have been ongoing through this process, we have completed a traffic study that will include recommendations that we believe the DOT recognizes as proper to meet project-related improvements. I did want to clarify, we have had notes on previous site plans alluding to the fact that sidewalks will be installed per county code. My apologies, I believe this particular site plan did not have that note, but rest assured the applicant intends to comply with all of the county requirements, particularly the sidewalks inside of the development and the construction of such. We are also agreeable to complementing our landscaping efforts along Ebenezer Road by providing a berm that will, in a sense, raise the ceiling for where the plantings will begin. We're also agreeable to providing fencing along Ebenezer Road, and I believe it was important to the community that we would restrict wood paling type materials, and we're happy to do that. We're also agreeable to evenly distributing the guest parking that would be required by the Cobb County Fire Marshal. There was a request, I believe, after we filed our initial letter, that we provide a certain select number of spaces near the proposed mail kiosk. We're certainly willing to do that as well, Mr. Chairman. We're agreeable to specifying that the lighting throughout the project, in addition to being architecturally consistent, will also be downlit. We are agreeable to providing 24-hour construction contacts to the neighborhoods, as well as installing a wheel wash at the construction entrance for vehicles entering and exiting during construction. Also agreeable, sir, to stipulating that if there are trails constructed within the open space portion of the community, that we will use, we'll use pervious materials. Did want to clear up a little bit of confusion, I think. We had, at the early outset, committed that we would be installing or constructing our Wheeland product line. And I think some of the confusion may be related to what the old Wheeland projects used to look like versus some of the stuff that's getting built now. I've listed 2 websites here that I would encourage anybody to go to. I do have a couple of screenshots that follow. Wando Village is in Charleston, South Carolina, clearly a Wheeland community, showing a similar architecture than to what the applicant has proposed for this particular project. And then the Estates at Yates Pond is another project in North Carolina, Cary, North Carolina, with similar architecture, the modern farmhouse type that we are proposing as part of this particular application. I did want to mention we have been contacted after our filing on July 28th of a revised plan. We received some communication from some of the adjoining owners of the smaller pond that exists at the northwest corner of the property. We are certainly willing to sit down with those folks to talk about or discuss possible options for maintenance of that particular pond. As it stands right now, that pond will remain. It will be protected. The current plan on file with the commission and with staff shows the 25 and 50-foot undisturbed buffers as required by the state, as well as portions of an additional 25-foot impervious setback. I think in combination with the fact that this adjoins proposed open space that we are prepared to provide, I do believe that would provide sufficient protections to that particular pond that's jointly owned. Next slide, please. Did want to spell out a couple things about R15, Mr. Chairman, versus R15 OSC. It is true, OSC will allow for a reduced lot size, but I think that reduced lot size is a trade-off for permanent protection, particularly for unique environmental features, similar to what we believe the two ponds represent on this particular property. And then I did want to mention R15, a straight R15 per the code does not require open space, nor does it require recreational amenities. Unlike R15, I do think that active recreation areas cannot be included in density calculations for R15 OSC, which again is the difference between R15 and R15 OSC. Got a couple of setback related issues that I wanted to call the board's attention to. 35, 10, and 30 go with the straight underlying R15, whereby the R15 OSC allows for 27.5 and 25 as particular setbacks. Wanted to just call the board's attention to some of the nearby subdivisions here, specifically with reference to the zoning. Lot size and density, Blackwell Chase is at R15, 2.08 units per acre, no open space provided. You also have Dillon's Glen, which is R15, 2.00 units per acre, 2,200 square foot minimum house size, no open space provided. Magnolia Court is also zoned R15, 2.06 units per acre. There's no open space required. There's a 2,500 square foot minimum house size, similar to what we have committed to. Next slide, please. Princeton Grove is R15 at a greater density than our proposal, 2.22 units per acre, 2,500 square foot minimum lot size as well. You also have some nearby R20 subdivisions, Mr. Chairman, that have minimum house sizes of 2,000 square feet and 1,200 square feet, respectively. Basis for approval. Most importantly, I think professional staff has recommended approval of our application, identified no anticipated impacts. The current plan before you represents 13 lots above what the underlying R20 zoning could provide without any environmental protections or open space view shed protections. Probably uniquely today on the agenda, ours is one of the few that has not received a negative impact from the school district as it relates to what effect it could have on enrollment of schools. And we have no variances or deviations identified by the staff, unlike some of the R15 projects that we have discussed prior to. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time and attention. That concludes my remarks, and we stand ready to assist the Planning Commission with questions and comments, sir.
Thank you. For the opposition?
Good morning. My name is John Stutzer, and I've been asked to speak for the neighbors surrounding Tom Phillips. I've just submitted a petition from online signatures for 278, in addition to those here to oppose Z31 as it is. We unanimously opposed the R15 OSC application. 99 lots are grossly too dense. The lot sizes are much too small and intense for this property. And on top of that, Pulte is asking for 11 variances on the minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. 7 of these go down to 8,250 square feet. This is unacceptable. We request a straight R15 or an R30 OSC zoning, both of which would require a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet, and we request no variances for smaller lots. We request a site plan that has a maximum of 70 to 80 homes on lots 15,000 square feet or larger. We request minimum home sizes of 3,200 to 3,500 square feet in Wheeland-style homes. There are numerous problems with this site plan. The north entrance to this site plan is offset from Dogleg Road by approximately 24 feet. This location is too dangerous and too confusing as to who may have the right-of-way for traffic entering Ebenezer from either side of the street. A development with 99 homes will have a very negative impact on the traffic on Ebenezer. We estimate at least a 15% increase in traffic. With 2 to 4 cars per home, the increase in traffic from this subdivision will create gridlock on Ebenezer between Maybreeze and Blackwell. There are no sidewalks for people or children to cross Ebenezer in order to get to school. We request a berm 6 feet high with mature landscaping of an additional 8 to 10 feet high to block the view of all the backs of homes along Ebenezer. There should also be a minimum of 50 feet setback from the edge of the new sidewalk to the back wall of each home built along the frontage. In 3 meetings with Pulte representatives prior to this hearing, we have attempted to reach satisfactory compromise regarding their application. All 3 times, Pulte has given us a sales pitch for different R15 OSC proposals or for a couple of R15 options that had too many lots, which they have not submitted to you. Each time, they were unyielding to our input, insisting that they won't change their plan either for rezoning of the property or the density of homes that they plan to build. It appears to us that Pulte is misusing OSC. In section 134 and 198.1 of the county code, Pulte is not complying with the following item. Parent A states it is not the intent of this overlay district to significantly increase overall development densities, but that is exactly what Pulte is doing. Pulte is calculating the number of lots based on a net buildable area of 48.9 acres. Cobb County's Philip Westbrook has informed me that the net buildable area for Mr. Phillips' property is 46 acres. Therefore, the maximum acreage in which they can build would be 46 acres, not the 48.9 they list on their site plan. With 35% of the land thus kept open space, that would yield just 32 acres on which to build. Pulte has verbally indicated to us in our last 2 meetings that they would consider building just 2 homes per acre, but that has not been put anywhere in their stipulations. 32 acres at 2 homes per acre yields just 64 homes. That would be very acceptable to the neighbors. We also ask that the neighbors be involved in deciding the final stipulations. At no time during the meetings with Pulte were we allowed to discuss their stip letter. Consequently, I've submitted to each of you via email a copy of Pulte's July 28th stip letter with all of our requested revisions and additions. Because of all these problems and objections, I request Z31 be held again and Pulte be made to compromise with the neighbors' concerns, or I ask you to deny Z31's application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Hi, my name is Chris Lindstrom, and I represent the East Cobb Civic Association, and I'm case manager for Z31. As of today, there has been no update by the applicant to the site plan or stipulation letter since July 28th, 2021. There have been 3 additional meetings in the past month with the applicant or the representative showing 2 examples of R15 site plans. In response to these meetings, ECCA expected an updated stipulation letter and site plan, but that did not happen. Therefore, we have to address the site plan and stipulations that are before us today. On August 20th, ECCA respectfully submitted its recommendations to the applicant's stipulation letter and site plan dated July 28th for an R15 OSC. The key points of this zoning request is the zoning itself, especially as it relates to lot sizes. In addition, landscaping, buffering, and architecture need further consideration, as described in ECCA's August 20th letter. ECCA recommends that all lots within the R15 OSC development be a minimum of 10,000 square feet or greater, with a minimum of 15,000 square feet on all lots along Ebenezer Road. The current site plan does not reflect this and has 11 homes with less than 10,000 square feet. We recommend that all homes along Ebenezer Road have four-sided architecture for better visual appearance along Ebenezer Road. The current proposed landscaping does not include the 4-foot berm along Ebenezer Road as discussed and we thought agreed to in the aforementioned meetings. This plan does not provide for any berm. Now, I acknowledge that Rob Hosak just confirmed that there will be a berm. We'd like to know how high. 2 feet, a 2-foot berm isn't going to be enough. The site plan does not reflect any landscape screening for the stormwater management area. We recommend the county arborist and the county commissioner review this, with the district commissioner having final approval. ECCA also recommends an irrigation system be included along all the road frontage and entrances. The proposed site plan does not show any internal or external sidewalks on Ebenezer Road, and Rob Hosak has just confirmed that this will be shown next go-round. We recommend a more complete and detailed site plan be provided. The current site plan is preliminary and incomplete. We recommend that all variances be stated on the site plan. And having said this, we do not feel any variances should be necessary at all, given the amount of acreage available to them. If guest parking is needed, we recommend it be put on the site plan. We're hoping the driveways for any of these houses will be able to handle 4 full-size cars each. The developer has also assured the neighbors that John Whelan's higher-end designs would be used, and we'd like a statement of that to be included. Again, due to the density of the R15 OSC density, significant omissions in the site plan attached to the stipulation letter, and omissions to the stipulation letter itself, it is our recommendation to deny this zoning as it is proposed today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? All right. Well, that closes the public comment portion of the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I understood that there was a third person interested in speaking. Is she still present? I believe, does she have time left?
Yes, there's time. There's just a little under a minute and a half. Thank you.
Veronica Lilly.
Thank you.
I live on the opposite side of the property from Ebenezer Road. We're concerned about water. I've already replaced 3 fences because water rushes through. 50 acres of land right now is absorbing water. Now you're going to put in 100 homes with roads, concrete, gutters, roofs. I'm gone. My house will wash away. We're at least 100 feet below this property, and none of this is being considered. Taylor English just informed me that they looked at the lake and it's fine. I spoke with Carl at Stormwater. There's 26 points that haven't even been brought up. 26. I mean, it's a lot of water. It rains a lot in Georgia. There's a creek that goes across the street. If one thing happens to this lake, My neighbor's house is gone. You stand at her house, you look up, there's a lake. You stand at that lake, you look down, there's houses. None of that has been brought up. I called Taylor English several times, no response. I just was informed that I needed to call a cell phone number, not the number that's on the letter. So this needs to be delayed. It needs to be, everybody that's going to be affected needs to be contacted, responded to, and dealt with. It's being rushed, and water's important. This has 2 lakes. The dams haven't been looked at since the 70s. It's 2021. Do we think these dams are any good? Probably not. One lake is owned by 8 other people. They've got to get 8 other people on board to do something with this lake.
Okay. We've passed time. Do you need much more time to?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and with that, I'll close the public comment portion of the meeting. And this is in District 3. Planning Commissioner Dance will lead us.
Thank you. Mr. Carver, could I get you to the stand?
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Thank you. You've heard Ms. Lilly's recent remarks, and I assume that you've had communications with her. And she referenced your stormwater management remarks that are contained in our book, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you advise how the process would work to protect individual landowners who are adjacent to this property, and what your concerns are as articulated in your comments?
Sure. During the permitting process of this project, they will have to provide documentation from the dam inspection reports that we've asked for. Additionally, they will have to identify how these lakes are controlled, and the flow from the lakes and the property that's bypassing the lakes will together determine the base flow for the property, so that the flow in the downstream areas are not increased over time.
And so when you say that's a requirement, can you just describe what that process is and how much time is involved in that process?
Sure. When they come in for their land disturbance permit, they'll have to furnish complete hydrology studies, inspection reports of the dam, and with their development plans for the subdivision. And during that process, we'll review those documents, make comments, and then they'll have to revise if we see things that need to be revised or critiqued, and then before they can get their land disturbance permit.
And how confident are you that your process would protect individuals such as the citizen who was present here at this hearing?
That's what we do nearly every day. So, that we'll have to review those plans very carefully to make sure that they're not increasing the flow downstream or how long it's flowing.
Okay. Is there anything on your department comments that you would like to call out that are at issue or cause you concern?
The concerns like the lady spoke about the one lake is owned by not only the applicant, but it's also owned by some residents. And so modifications to that lake's dam, if necessary, will have to be, agreed upon by the applicant and those property owners. That could be a sticky point if everybody's not agreeable to those changes, because improvements to dams can cost a good bit of money.
Okay, and so how would the department ordinarily engage the other property owners of the second lake?
We would have to just try to convince them to, work with the applicant to make the improvements necessary to the dam if there needs to be any.
Okay. Does any other members of the board have questions? Thank you. Okay, if I can get Amy Diaz to the stand, please.
Amy Diaz, Cobb DOT.
Hey, Amy. You heard the comments about the offset of entrances on the current plan as opposed to the development that's across the street, is that right?
Correct.
Can you address that from an engineering perspective and what concerns there are?
Based on the development standards, we would not allow that offset. It needs to either be lined up or offset 125 feet, center line to center line. That is in our development standards.
Okay, so even though that's an existing plan, that would not be permissible, is that right?
Correct. That's something that we would have to adjust in plan review to meet our development standards.
Okay, and we hear a lot about plan review and.
Yes, ma'am.
And perhaps citizens aren't familiar with that process. Can you describe what happens in plan review?
Certainly. Plan review is when they submit their formal engineering plan. So what we have here before us today is a conceptual level plan. So they haven't, made sure everything meets grades and tie-ins and links for tapers and all of those things that we have engineering standards for are not necessarily reflected on a concept plan. But when they submit those plans to plan review, they submit them to community development. They're then distributed to the various departments, including stormwater, including DOT. And we take a look at those detailed plans for these detailed comments.
Okay, thank you. And you have included in our packet DOT comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Which are number 15. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay, is that current and updated?
It was not updated after the most recent traffic study because the traffic study that we have does not reflect the site plan that is shown today. Based on, they had 2 full movement driveways in the traffic study, and the site plan that they're showing now has a right in, right out on the southern end. We were basically holding any further change to the comments to find out what was happening with that site plan today.
Okay, so depending on the outcome of today, you would have further comments prior to the BOC meeting?
Yes, ma'am. The site plan that's shown today does have right turn lanes at both driveways and a left turn lane. Those are the usual things that we have as far as improvements for the projects. The traffic study shows delays of adding about 10 seconds of delay on the various signalized intersections that were looked at as for the traffic study. So we don't have anything identified and don't have anything basically that we believe will be identified by the revision of the traffic study for that. So that's why we don't have to hold it for the update, but we will go ahead and submit updated comments if it's held, definitely, if it's held until the next PC, so that you have those.
Okay, and if it were not held, then you would provide those comments to the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, it's a little more difficult when we try to update between the PC and the BOC because we like the same information to be out there. But we would at least brief them on the differences and if anything got identified that needed to be included in the comments, they could then read them in during the hearing.
Well, based upon your preliminary review, how likely is it that there would be significant changes to your comments between, if this matter were continued?
I don't believe that there'll be significant changes. It will just basically let us finish accepting the traffic study as final.
Okay, and can you address this issue of what the citizens group has identified as potential gridlock?
As I mentioned, the levels of service shown in the traffic impact study do show an increase in delay, which is not surprising. Anytime you build something, you're going to add more traffic and more delay. I would not have reflected that as gridlock. The levels of service at one of the intersections is at a level service F for one of the approaches at Canton Road at Ebenezer. The other ones are level of service E and remain level of service E, but they are basically that extra 10 seconds. So even though it's still within the greater grade of E, it does increase in the delay. But it is not at F, which is where the potential for gridlock starts. Not all Fs are gridlock, but all gridlocks are F.
Okay. So your comments also include a left turn lane?
Yes, ma'am, which was shown on the most recent site plan.
Okay.
The traffic study used the GDOT standards to judge whether right or left turn lanes were warranted, which is not the criteria that Cobb County uses. We have a specific criteria that we use based on the AASHTO Green Book. And so that's another comment for the traffic studies, that one of the reasons why we're not accepting it as finalized as yet, so that we can make sure that that reflects the Cobb County standard, not GDOT standard.
Okay, and another comment is a recommendation of a 10-foot no-access easement along the frontage of Ebenezer?
Yeah, so what that is for is to make sure that people don't try to put an individual driveway from those lots onto Ebenezer, that they have to use the internal road system of the subdivision.
Okay, so someone on the exterior would not be
correct
allowed to access the road. And how about this recommendation for removal and closing of driveway aprons along the Ebenezer Road frontage?
That is something we recommend. Basically, any driveway apron that is no longer needed as part of going in there and putting in sidewalk, we would recommend they remove those driveway aprons. Cleans up the area, makes it clear where accesses are.
Okay, do you have your recommendations in front of you?
I do not. I can go get my laptop if I need to.
If you don't mind.
Sure. Yes, ma'am, I now have it open.
Okay, and number 14, your recommendation of 100 feet of uninterrupted straight line distance between intersection curb return and first driveway curb return. Is that something that would be addressed in plan review?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's something that we want to make them aware of through the zoning process. But again, you're not really showing driveway locations on the conceptual level plan. So it's something that we would resolve in plan review.
Okay. And how about the straight line distance on Ebenezer Road as to the entrances to the subdivision?
Well, the straight line distance referenced in comment 14 you're speaking of, it has to do with the distance between the edge of traveled way from Ebenezer Road to that first driveway. So that's the straight line that it's talking about. The way we measure for driveway offset intersections, offsets, things like that, is typically from end of curb return to end of curb return. So it's actually literally the straight part of the roadway between those two intersections. A driveway is considered a minor intersection. And so it meets basically that 100 feet comes out of our development standards that we want that 100-foot distance between that.
Okay, so just definitionally, a driveway is a homeowner's driveway as opposed to a subdivision entrance. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay.
That, from what I was saying, yeah. But both subdivision driveway, subdivision access points, and individual homeowner driveways are all considered under the development standards to be at least minor driveway, at least minor intersections. And so that's why we have these offset requirements.
Okay, well, how about in terms of traffic safety on Ebenezer Road? What is the, how are the access points to the subdivision, and do they create safety concerns for DOT?
With the addition of the left and the right turn lanes, there was not anything identified as a safety concern, except for that offset that we would want it to line up or meet the 125 feet offset distance. They have 2 access points. They have one restricted to right in, right out. We did not request that. But they weren't heavily using it for left turns, so the traffic study said it would work with a full movement. It does, with a full movement, it does require a left turn lane in, and that may be why this particular site plan has got moved to a right in, right out.
Okay. And your first recommendation is regards the development agreement for the dedication of right-of-way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that a standard recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. Ebenezer Road is a major collector, and so the recommended right-of-way for it is 80 feet or 40 feet from center line.
Okay. Are there any other call-outs that you would like this board to be aware of?
They have already addressed that they're planning to do sidewalk. The site plan shows a deceleration lane in the left turn lane. And then we have some comments that basically talk about the guest parking that got addressed and mail kiosk locations. Again, these are things that can be resolved in plan review once you're past the concept level, but we want them to have them in mind and be aware so that they don't have a number of lots on the concept plan that are not going to be feasible once they actually start looking at the hard engineering of it. So I believe everything in our comments has been addressed as far as talked about, but there are still things to resolve.
Okay, and specifically, I just don't see that DOT offset issue addressed in your comments.
Yes, when we got the site plan for those comments, they looked like they were lined up. Now that we've had the comment about them being offset, then that does have to be fixed.
Okay. Any other member of the board have questions?
And this isn't for you, Amy.
Oh,
This is another
anybody
question.
else for me?
My question more, I think is more for zoning staff. There was a couple of comments made. I'm sorry. I'll let you defer to you then.
Sorry, where are we? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just finishing with that in particular witness.
Anyone else on the board have questions of the DOT?
I had one question, Amy.
No problem.
So just to try to understand, I'm just trying to reconcile a couple of the different scenarios that have been kind of presented in the documents. At one point, early on, there was a traffic memo that I think suggested there would be 112 units. We're at the current 99. And then we have the as of right R20, and then you have an R15 scenario. Could you help at a high level maybe bridge to the extent that there are meaningful differences between each of those? I'm specifically interested in if this were to be R15, is there in your mind a meaningful difference in terms of the traffic impacts versus an R15 OSC? And then also an R20 just straight up as of right?
Just like any development that gets built is going to add traffic to the network, the less dense it is, then the less traffic it's going to add. So it will have some effect to reduce the density down. But since the traffic study was done for a more conservative, a higher number of units, and it did not identify any improvements, I would not expect any additional traffic improvements for changing the site plan in that way.
Okay, and was there, in terms of a kind of a baseline traffic level for kind of an as of right, as zoned, was there any kind of quantum given to that? I know that the traffic studies were completed for the proposed development scope and scale.
Right.
But do you have any sense, just what are we looking at if this were just built with what could be built there in terms of the actual traffic trip generation?
So the rule of thumb is roughly for every single-family home, about 10 trips per day. That's trips total, so both in and out. So 5 round-trip trips is what I'm trying to specify. So rather than, so if I am told exactly what number of units, then I can do a comparison to what's been looked at as far as the trip generation and reduce it by that amount. But, you know, so if you're reducing it by 5 units, then you're talking 50 trips a day, not a big impact. If you're reducing it by 50 units, that's a much bigger impact.
Got it. And I think in the zoning analysis, there was a allowable units as zoned of 86. So we're talking about 14 unit reduction. So call it is it fair to say a 14%? Would it be pretty linear in terms of the reduction of trip generation?
The reduction is linear. It would reduce by that roughly 140 trips to reduce it by 14 homes. So if you started at 100 and reduced it by 14, it would be 14%. But since we're not exactly at 100, it's not precisely
All right,
there.
a ballpark.
Yeah, ballpark.
Okay. And final question on that, is there any notable difference then in terms of an R15 versus an R15 OSC in terms of the generation?
No, trip generation for both are single-family homes are all treated equal under trip generation.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, back to Planning Commissioner Dance.
Mr. Hughes, if you would like to start the lead on speaking with Mr. Peterson, I'd be fine with that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, there were a couple of comments made with respect to density calculations, and I want to better understand, based on the applicant's request and what's required of code, how is density calculated for this project?
Well, the density is calculated based on the total acreage, subtracting out floodplain and wetlands. The engineer stated on this plan that there is no floodplain and wetlands, so it's based on the entire 49.67 acres. So under R20, with 49.6 acres, they can get a density of 1.75 units per acre on it. So it's about 86 houses. So the current proposal, I think, is for 99, correct? So that'd be a density calculated on 49.67 acres times 2.1, which is the average for R15. So that gives you your 2.03 units per acre.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Mr. Peterson, the 2.03 calculation, your staff analysis indicates that that's consistent with the area, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and your overall staff recommendation is what?
It's to approve the application.
Is what now?
It's to approve the application.
Okay. Anyone else have questions of zoning staff?
Just one more question, I'm sorry.
Fine, Planning Commissioner Hughes.
I think I heard a statement that there were 11 variances needed for this project. I assume that's a reference to lot sizes. Is that a correct statement?
I believe the applicant stated that there are no variances to lot sizes at all. All the lots are 10,000 square feet or bigger.
Okay.
Under revised plan.
I think it was mentioned by the opposition, so I just wanted to be sure. I think the opposition actually mentioned it, so, okay, thank you.
Speaking of what the opposition mentioned, there was some disparity with respect to the measurement of units per acre, the 49.67 acres you just recited, and there was a statement that a different member of staff had represented to citizens that there were actually only 46 acres that should be considered. Can you address that?
I believe he said Mr. Westbrook made that comment, so is Phil here today? Phil is not here today, but, you know, I'm going to stand by what the zoning staff says in their recommendation, and, you know, it is based on 49.67 acres total.
Okay, so you're standing by what's in the book, is that right?
What's in the book is correct.
Okay, correct. Thank you. Okay, and if I could have Mr. Hosak to the stand?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dance.
Mr. Hosak, can you speak to, because I had heard some offline comments about the intention of the developer to either keep, maintain, and/or drain the lake in the event that the OSC was approved?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am, I can, Commissioner Dance. If the application were approved as is currently presented and recommended by staff, both of the ponds that are on site would be maintained. The site plan that's shown on the monitor right now, the bigger pond, would remain and actually be a feature of the recreational component of the open space. The existing pond that is further to the northwest would also be maintained. It's hard to see on that plan, Commissioner Dance, but also there are the required buffers shown for both of those particular ponds that provide additional protection in addition to the open space that surrounds such.
So with respect to the intent to retain both features, is that in perpetuity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that would travel with the land, is that right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do I understand correctly that there are currently some upgrades required for the existing pond as shown on the revised site plan?
I think the upgrades that would be required, Commissioner Dance, are going to be things that we would have to do to the detention facilities themselves. Mr. Carver correctly stated that we're going to have a baseline flow condition, and I am not an engineer. I'm not nearly as smart as Carl is, but we're going to have to show that if it's this much water right now, regardless of how many lots go there, that once there are additional lots, there is pavement, there are rooftops, that rate of flow cannot be any greater than it is right now. More than likely, we'll actually have to throttle some of that water back and slow it down even further, which represents an opportunity to improve any of the downstream conditions that the person had described as concerning her.
Okay, and particularly then turning our attention to the second jointly owned lake, are you in discussions with or intend to have discussions with the joint owners of that lake, and are they intending to cooperate?
I believe they are. We received, after we filed on July 28th, we filed a revised site plan and a stipulation letter, Commissioner Dance. After the receipt of that, I was forwarded an email communication. I think Ms. Lindstrom shared it with me from some of the folks in Autumn Ridge about the pond. We are certainly willing to sit down. I have apologized to the person. There must have been a mix-up, and that's on me if I didn't get a voicemail at the Taylor English offices. I can assure you, if somebody calls my cell phone, I'll make sure to call them back. We're happy to engage with them, Commissioner Dance. And we recognize, particularly after we filed our revised plan and stipulation letter, that is something that's important to the community.
Okay, so you recognize that it's important to the community to engage with other owners on that lake, but also to engage with residents who might also be affected by that lake in the vicinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's something that you're willing to do?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
And did you,
I think we have to. Carl has made it Mr. Carver's made it clear that we might need to make sure that the pond is in satisfactory condition, and I don't think we can do that without the cooperation of the other folks that own it. And
Okay.
I think we'd be partners with them in any kind of maintenance activities that would need to be undertaken to the existing lake.
okay, and with respect to your communications with the citizen who spoke today, did y'all exchange contact information?
Yes, ma'am. I gave her, I circled my cell phone number on my card, and I'll be happy to reach out to her.
Okay, and so would there be covenants that addressed both the primary lake shown entirely on the plan and the secondary lake in terms of maintenance and obligations?
Yes, ma'am. I would anticipate we would have internal documents that would outline the responsibility of the HOA. I think that without consulting with our legal counsel, there may be a separate maintenance agreement that we would need to have with the other 8 owners that would spell out their responsibilities and how they interact with the HOA for joint maintenance. So there would probably be 2 separate documents, one between the individual owners and the HOA, and then one just internal to the HOA that would spell out what each individual homeowner would be assessed as it related to maintenance, insurance, upkeep of the jointly owned recreational facilities / ponds.
Okay, and those would reflect the, what comes out of plan review process with Mr. Carver?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you had the opportunity to review all department comments and recommendations. Is the applicant's position that there would be that there are no issues with compliance with all those recommendations?
That is our position. Commissioner Dance, I did want to mention, I think what happened as it relates to the offset of the entrance.
Right.
I think that we had really pushed our designer to try to provide a maximum visual protection component in the new site plan, particularly as it relates to the width of the lots, the orientation of the lots along Ebenezer Road. And I suspect that that slight offset may have resulted or come from their effort trying to establish that new view shed along Ebenezer Road. We are certainly aware of and are ready to comply with Ms. Diaz's comment as it relates to lining up the entrances.
Okay, and I believe your comments, you referenced that there were no variance requests. Can I confirm that?
Yes, ma'am. I will confirm that for you. That all lot sizes shown on the plan are a minimum of 10,000 square feet.
Okay, and what are the lot sizes on Ebenezer as adjusted?
Some of those are going to be a little larger. I'll try to find that particular note. Can we pull that up real quick? That note, there we go. One more back. I'm sorry. It would have been this one, CP, right there. My bad. So this, Commissioner Dance, this kind of specified some of the changes that were made, specifically lots.
And you may have to read that to me because I can't read it.
Understood. Lots 1 through 18, which are the majority of those lots that currently front Ebenezer Road as proposed, would be widened from 67 feet to 75 feet in width. They would also have lot area that would be added to them The average lot area for all of those lots would be 10,658 square feet. I think the biggest one would range anywhere from 17 or 18,000 feet down to 16,000 feet. And then I think as you get a little further along Ebenezer Road, moving back towards Maybreeze, those would perhaps get a little bit smaller because they would have additional green space established along the frontage, as well as their proximity to the community open space.
So the green space, is that part of their lot, or is that part of the development?
That would be part of the development, Commissioner Dance. We could certainly provide for either an outright community ownership or at the very least a restricted easement that would specify no activity other than the landscape upon the lot. As currently designed, it would be outside of the individual lot ownership.
So what I'm getting at is this interest in making sure that those are larger lot sizes. So what you're telling me is that there's an increased dedication of space there, though the lot sizes themselves are not increased. So I'm looking for what the net is to the perception of lack of lesser density in the area. So you just gave a lot size, average lot area of 10,658, but I suspect it would be more based upon the fact that you indicated there is an increased space there.
Yes.
Do I follow?
I think that some of them, particularly as you travel through Ebenezer Road towards Ebenezer, there was a very deliberate effort to try to increase the amount of green space and the size to create an atmosphere or an appearance of bigger lots, wider lots. So I believe that between widening the lots in addition to providing the green space, that's where a lot of that increased space comes from.
Okay, now I'm just asking for, to be able to assess those changes. I mean, how much additional green space has been added in that area?
Roughly 22,000, almost a half an acre.
Okay, for lots 1 through 18.
Yes.
Okay, and that's green space in addition to the increases in the lot sizes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Lindstrom ran through some items that she said some of which she acknowledged had already been addressed, but others maybe not. Or she addressed this berm issue and acknowledged that the developer had made some indication about inclusion of a berm. Do you have a footage?
Commissioner Dance, we certainly did commit to a berm. We did not specify a height because, quite honestly, I would suspect it would range anywhere from 4 to 6 to 7 feet. I think, as Ms. Diaz had indicated, what we'd probably need to do when we got a little further along in the plan review process, we'd need to make sure that site distance was something that could accommodate a berm at a certain height. We are certainly comfortable with the recommendation that Ms. Lindstrom offered as far as the county's landscape architecture staff having final approval. And we believe that could include the height of the berm. We're happy to commit that in no instance that it would be lower than 4 feet. We would just probably need to have a little bit of flexibility to make sure we could get water to the detention ponds, could meet site distance, and would be able to control the grades if we've got to lower an entrance or an exit point in a certain location.
So balancing safety concerns with aesthetic concerns, obviously safety concerns would weigh greater, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. But we are happy to provide the berm to supplement the landscaping activities.
Okay, and while I wasn't fast enough to capture everything that she presented in her presentation, there was this question about an irrigation system. Is that a possibility?
Yes, ma'am, we're fine with an irrigation system.
Are there any other items that you might remember from either her comments or Mr. Stutzer's comments that?
No, ma'am, Commissioner Dance, we'll make certain to add the notes about the sidewalks to follow up on our assurance that we will comply with such. And then we are very aware of the number of guest parking places that needed to be distributed evenly. And I think that was a very valid concern that we received from Ms. Lindstrom in the community, as well as making sure that there were a couple of them earmarked at the mail kiosk, like we do in most communities.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, we're creating quite a little list. Would it be your preference to have a vote today on moving this forward, or would the applicant be interested in making these revisions and continuing the matter?
Actually, Commissioner Dance, most all of these revisions are very, very easy. I think we would be comfortable with the Planning Commission advancing it, and we could, in very, very short order, implement all of the suggestions that have been discussed today, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and let me see if I have something else here. Okay, does any other members of the board have questions of Mr. Hosek?
Any of my fellow commissioners have questions for the applicant? I do, just a few. Appreciate your having made these lots bigger on the exterior. Do you intend to increase the width between houses on the exterior as well, or the distance between houses, or not?
Mr. Chairman, if at all possible, yes, we would be willing to do so. I think that we need to make sure that we keep the required distance between the structures as per the fire marshal recommendations. But if there is a chance to stagger how we orient them, perhaps a couple go to the left sides, a couple go to the right sides of the individual lot setbacks to create an appearance of additional space between the lots, we would certainly be willing to explore that.
Okay, so it's possible, and certainly in the case of the lots and the bend there on the lower right of the map, those would be relatively easy to separate a little more, but...
Yes, sir, I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
Other than that, you're really not certain right now whether you could go to like a 20-foot width between any houses on the perimeter. That would have to be checked on.
Yes, sir, but we could certainly look into that, sir.
Okay, and then in terms of the elevations or a view shed, you're not really certain what we're going to be looking at from the backside at this time?
I think the one thing we can say with certainty, Chairman, is the landscaping and the berming and the fencing that was shown in one of the illustrations. I think that will remain constant. I think that the lots that will be reoriented to make sure that the view shed is seeing the sides of those houses versus the rear. I think we can state that with certainty as it relates to what the backs of the houses will look like. I think that's the only thing that would remain uncertain at this time. But I do think the landscaping, the wall, the fencing, and reorienting those houses along Ebenezer Road should provide some certainty as to protecting and enhancing the view shed, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Dance?
One follow-up on that. I believe one of the other recommendations was that the applicant consider four-sided architecture on Ebenezer.
The four-sided we're certainly open to architectural restrictions. We anticipate, if we were to move forward, that there is going to be a very robust discussion. I think the staff recommendation included provisions for district commissioner approval of the architecture. So we know that may be coming, and yes, ma'am, we would be willing to consider something like that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
No one else has questions? No other commissioner has questions of the applicant? Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So, I'm still, again, trying to kind of understand some of the kind of connectivity within the site plan. Can you just help me walk through, to the extent that one of the kind of overlays or criteria for OSC is certainly pedestrian connectivity. Can you just help me understand how that's kind of activated within this site? Access, perhaps any access for the broader community into or through, or is there the intention here to kind of really kind of have this be a private space? So can you just help me understand like what kind of connectivity is being brought to the community through this?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Anderson. As it stands right now, I do not believe that the community open space that's shown would be considered public open space.
Okay.
I do think that there is a very unique opportunity. There are very few number of lots that wouldn't actually be able to directly access the green belt and kind of walk around the property. So I think from a connectivity standpoint, it does real well for inside the community. But I don't want to mislead you and the other commissioners. I do not believe that that open space would be open to the general public as much as it would be open to the residents, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I finished my questions. Does any other member of the board have questions of any other staff?
I do not, and seeing no one else.
My excuse, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please. Thank you.
This may be a little messy, so I appreciate any help along the way. First of all, I want to thank the applicant and the community for participating in, this very important issue. It seems to me that I've worked with the county for quite a long time, and it was always a county interest in this area and in preservation of open space in this area. And I think most people remember when efforts were made to actually preserve this area as a park. Therefore, I bring that perspective when I consider this application, and I appreciate the effort to preserve natural resources in the area. I have received numerous emails and communications, and I would like to comment that while we might style things as opposition, it seems that what we really are doing is engaging in some kind of consensus building. So if a matter does not continue to be opposed, but to be amended so that we come up with the best efforts for the community, I consider that to be a positive. And I also, prior to making a recommendation, wish to make it clear that what I am doing and what this board is doing is making a recommendation that will be up for further consideration by the Board of Commissioners. I'm guided in my recommendation by staff's recommendation, which is to approve R15 OSC subject to numerous community comments and restrictions. I note that there are ongoing public concerns about density, safety, and believe that all these things have been discussed robustly here today and should continue to be discussed and negotiated as this process continues. So at this time, I would like to move to approve R15 OSC request, subject to all staff comments and recommendations becoming mandatory, with direction that the applicant consider all matters discussed here today, and particularly the applicant's own recommendations or own representations that these matters can be taken care of and addressed as this matter moves forward. Specifically noting that with respect to the lakes, the stipulations should require that the lakes, both of them, be maintained in perpetuity by the applicant with specific homeowner or other regulatory documents in perpetuity, if the matter is approved by the BOC, and that funds be designated for the maintenance of the facilities, that the existing provisions be that the existing pond be maintained and that required buffers be met. Specifically also requiring that the applicant communicate directly with the Autumn Ridge regarding the secondary pond and engage in follow-up discussions and have a and have meetings with stormwater to ensure that the Autumn Ridge pond is also maintained in perpetuity. Just a second, I have to review my notes here. Okay, and all of that would be subject to homeowner agreements for maintenance and upkeep. With respect to DOT comments and recommendations and the representation of the applicant today, this issue regarding the offset of driveways must be addressed by the applicant satisfactorily and to ensure proper alignment. I note in making this recommendation that the overall units per acre as calculated by zoning is consistent with other developments in the area. My motion would also be subject to the understanding that all lots are a minimum of 10,000 square feet, and the lot sizes have been, with the exception, with the provision that all lots facing Ebenezer, those were lots 1 through 18, have an increased average lot area. Pursuant to the chairman's remarks, I understand and would stipulate that the applicant be directed to explore further separation of houses on the perimeter of the property at Ebenezer. I would also require that the applicant submit further evidence of elevations and the view shed in interest of its open space community concept. As a further stipulation, I would direct that the applicant consider this four-sided architecture on Ebenezer, and I note that the applicant has stated an awareness that architectural restrictions would be required and that the applicant would be open to the same. I would also direct that the applicant designate a minimum height of 4 feet on a berm on Ebenezer, except where public safety considerations might forestall or indicate that the same would not be appropriate. I would direct that the applicant participate in landscape screening and at the arborist review with the final approval of the district commissioner. And I would direct that the applicant provide for an irrigation system as recommended by the citizen group. I would direct that the applicant's plan make certain that sidewalks are provided and that guest parking would be distributed evenly throughout the development and earmarked with earmarked spaces at the mail kiosks as represented and discussed here today. I would direct that all the approval of this plan be subject to the applicant's letter of agreed stipulations and all agreements stated by the applicant's representative here today. I would direct that it be subject to all staff comments and recommendations becoming mandatory and subject to any subsequent staff comments and recommendations that are developed either in advance of the BOC meeting or during the plan review process. I would request that the applicant consider the possibility of further lot size increases and reduction of density. And I would note, though, that the additional green space has been added in lieu of lot size increases along Ebenezer Road, but I believe that that could be made more clear by the applicant. I would direct that in the next, in the period of time between this meeting and the BOC meeting, that dialogue be continued with owners of the second adjoining lake and also with the citizen group to make sure that their interests are represented. And I would state that all of this is made with due consideration for both the aesthetics of the area and the safety of the public. And that would be my motion.
Okay, we have a motion for a recommendation. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Hughes. Is there any discussion at this time? I would just comment very briefly that I very much appreciate the applicants creating some bigger lots on the perimeter, including lots 15 through 19. My remaining concern, while addressed in substantial part by the district planning commissioner in seeking a certain berm height, is just simply whether or not the without better elevations and specifics, knowing whether there's either going to be adequate spacing between the houses relative to the view in, or alternatively that there's going to be sufficient berming and screening to substantially block the view. As I drive around Cobb County, I come across the backs of a lot of neighborhoods, and I'm not going to name names, but a lot of neighborhoods where you see a single tree 15 feet apart, and you look over the fence and you're looking right into a roof line. So I've just come to, I guess, not have a comfort level that things are always going to be done the right way. But I appreciate the constructive moves by the applicant in the right direction. And with that, we have a motion. We have a second. No further discussion then? Call the question. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed? Okay. The motion carries by a vote of 3-2 with Commissioners Planning Commissioners Anderson and Beloin in opposition.
Okay, next case is LEP 19. Linda Kennedy requests a temporary land use permit for grooming, boarding, daycare, and bakery in land lot 40 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Cedar Crest Road, northeast of Governor's Town Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 19?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
If you could just give a minute for the room to clear a little bit. There's a lot of folks are leaving right now. And John, are we at a point where we're confident that we could let some folks know they can go to lunch, or they can make other plans till at least 1, or I think other than the next case, maybe?
Let's go ahead and hear this case and then make a decision after this.
Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, well, the room is substantially cleared for the applicant. Go ahead.
Good morning. 6179 Cedar Crest Road is a residential property. However, it is not, it is actually, it's really no neighbors there. It's one house on the side, and across the street is the governor's town square, and I'm just needing to be able to land use it for my business. I have clients from in the community. Commissioner Gambrill came to visit me. I think it was July 11th, I believe she came to the facility. She really liked the facility. What my boarding facility actually brings to the community is not to have animals in a hostile, caged environment. Each room has cameras in it for the community to see their animals when they drop off. They also, the dogs literally are in different rooms and they're on couches. So I provide that. I provide organic foods that I actually deliver over to the community. And I also have a pet poop removal service that I clean the community and clean the yards as well. And I'm just needing permission to have that business there.
You have a good bit of time left. Could you tell us how many dogs you typically board, and also focus on how close or how far away your residential neighbors are, and
Okay,
what concerns have arisen?
Okay, my residential neighbors would be, I would think, more than 1,000 square feet away from me on the side. The area where the dogs are let out to play, that's on the opposite side, which is just the woods on that side. What was your other question? I forgot that quick.
About how many dogs do you?
Oh, okay. My kennel license says that I'm able to board 10 to 20 dogs there, and I've already been inspected by the state and approved already, and issued the license for there. I also have a cottage license and a Surf Save license, so I can actually serve baked goods there as well. And we do grooming there as well.
You've touched on a couple other things. So you bake stuff. Can
Yes,
you tell
sir.
us how extensive an operation that is, how many employees you have?
I have 2 employees, actually 3 employees really, and then myself. We bake to order, depending on the animal's needs, cats or dogs, depending on their needs, skin issues, those kind of things. We organically cook to order. And we also bake treats as well to deal with different skin issues, anxiety issues, or things of that nature.
Okay. Anything else at all? Okay. You can have a seat. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor first? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? Okay. So I don't see anyone from the public in opposition. Would the county like to present at this time what issues have arisen? Would that be appropriate?
Do you have a specific question, Chairman Boulogne?
I understand there have been some citations or code violations here, and I would just like.
There have been some notice of violations issued for this property, and I believe they're in your analysis. You have access to those. But this started back in April as a complaint. You know, there was a large non-permitted sign on the right-of-way. There was parking on the grass. There was a violation of customary home occupation, which is what she's here for today. And there may have been a few other smaller things in the notice of violation.
What is staff's recommendation?
Staff's recommendation is to deny the request.
Okay. There was kind of a breakdown in two components as to the business that's operating there. One part was essentially a dog kennel, and the other part was, in essence, a bakery. Can you tell me, do any of the complaints pertain at all to the bakery operations, or are they limited to the dog kennel?
It's the dog kennel.
Would she need a permit for the bakery, to continue the bakery there? Or?
She could possibly do that under a customary home occupation without this permit.
Okay. The applicant indicated that she was likely more than 1,000 feet from any other residential neighbors. Were some of these complaints specifically noise concerns?
It doesn't say anything about noise. Commissioner Boulogne talks about the signs, the use, parking on the grass, and I think there was something that had to do with a barbecue truck or something.
Okay. Do any of my fellow planning commissioners have any questions, comments at all?
Just
Commissioner Ball?
Yeah, just to follow up. Excuse me. Follow up for the question that was just asked around the citation. There was a mention of the court case in August of this year. Has that been, do you know the status of that? Has that been settled? Or
They normally put those on hold until after this hearing.
until after this? Okay. Thank you.
Any other commissioners, any questions or comments?
I do, Chairman.
Please.
I know staff is recommending denial. Could you go into a little bit more detail on the basis of the denial?
You know, staff recommended, we did recommend denial on this based on many different things. You know, this was the result of a complaint, so things were not done here properly to begin with. There was a sign placed on the right-of-way. We believe the use is too intense for the single-family house. You know, this should be located in a commercial area that could support the noise and traffic and parking that something like this would generate. And basically everything around this, I believe, is zoned residential. So we didn't see a need to put a full-time commercial use in a residential area.
Thank you. That background is helpful.
Were the signage and parking issues resolved?
The signage may have been resolved. I'm not sure if the parking can be resolved because they were parking on the grass.
Is it possible to ask the applicant the same
Please.
question?
Sure.
There is no parking on the grass. There's a driveway, a long driveway that can actually hold up to 15 cars there. It's paved, and there is no grass there on that you can possibly park on because there is a when you come into, when you turn into the actual driveway, there's a big dip down, so no one can even park on the grass. It's not possible. And there's turning, you can turn in and turn out. And in regards to it just being residential, right next to the property, the land property, there's commercial space right there, and they're actually building right there as well. And then there's Mellow Mushrooms, McDonald's, so I'm right on the tip of no residential there. On this side is just commercial space that they're getting ready to build on. On this side is a house. That's it. Across the street, that's a different development, but those people over there, they use me for their needs or whatever over there. So it's not like it's a cul-de-sac that the house is located in. Is not.
What's the acreage of your property?
I think it's at 0.9%, and the septic, in regards to the septic, it's actually, it meets the guidelines of actually having the water usage there on the property. It takes, in regards to bathing one dog, it takes about 3 minutes to bathe a dog. So it's not like we're there running and it has to be commercial space like that. That's not how the business is run.
And you also board animals, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the average time that a customer is in your drive is how long?
Probably a minute, 2 minutes, because we actually run out, go get the dog, and come back in.
Okay, thank you.
How many years have you been operating this?
4 years. And the poop removal service I just started this year.
Any other questions by any commissioner of the applicant? Okay, hearing none, you can have a seat again. Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any thoughts?
And first of all, thank you for all of the context from the applicant. In consideration of this being a code enforcement case, would certainly try to find a way to see if there's maybe an opportunity or appetite for resolution of some of these issues related to signage or confirmation of no parking issues as maybe a condition to, or something that has to be resolved perhaps prior to granting of this. It seems as though these, from a high level, seem like solvable in that regard, but certainly that's my immediate thought, but certainly open to thinking about other considerations here.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment at this time before I?
Well, my observation would be that you have somebody operating a business for 4 years and a couple recent complaints, and I don't know that that warrants shutting somebody down.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll make this comment, but it's really around the staff recommendation for denial around some of the issues that have arisen, but I think we should be looking for ways to how do we rectify a situation versus create a situation when we're looking at something like this. So that'd be my only comment.
We've got 3 sets of comments. Michael, do you have? Planning Commissioner Hughes, you agree with everything you've heard? Okay. Thank you very much. All right. In that case, my motion will be that we hold this for a month to principally for me to further study the operation and the specifics of the citations that have been issued before we take a rather drastic step of costing somebody their business at their present location. So my motion will be that we hold this for 30 days. Okay, Commissioner Dance seconded the motion. All in favor? Appears to be a 5-0 vote. So we'll hold that for 30 days, and we'll consider it again in October. And I appreciate the applicant coming in today. Thank you.
Does this board want to decide what cases they're going to hear the rest of the morning and what cases are going to be held to the afternoon?
I'm sorry, John.
Does this board want to decide what cases they're going to hear the rest of the morning, what cases will be reserved for after lunch?
Well, I'd imagine that the next case up will probably take a little bit of time if you think there's a short case. Otherwise, we'll plow right into Z.
Z38?
38.
Okay, rezoning case Z38 of 2021, Windsong Properties, request a rezoning from R30 to RSL for residential senior living, non-supportive residential, and land lots 179 and 180 of the 20th District. Property is located on the south side of Ellis Road, on the east side of McDobbs Road, southeast of the intersection of Ellis Road and McDobbs Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z38? Okay. Let the record show there's 4 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant.
Again, Mr. Chairman, good morning. Members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff here in Marietta, and I represent Windsong Properties concerning this application for rezoning. I have with me today Mr. Mark Caruth, one of the owners of Windsong, Mr. Henry Massey, its primary land acquisition mover and shaker. He's got an official title, of course, but he's our dirt guy. Daryl Cook, who's our civil engineer, and also Abdul Amir, who's a civil engineer and traffic engineer with A&R Engineering. So all of us can respond to any questions you want to hear at the appropriate time. As you can see, the property at issue is being shown in your monitors. This is a 37.3 acre tract of land located on the south side of Ellis Road, and then it is east of McDobbs Road in near the Kennesaw area of Cobb County, but in an unincorporated Cobb County. This is an application that was heard and held by you as a planning commission last month, and since that time we met. And again, I don't throw out platitudes lightly, but there's a lady named Sharon Cobb who has been in opposition to this. But as so many people have said, sometimes opposition turns into more than just an adversarial set of circumstances. But Sharon Cobb has been in opposition to this and has rallied several subdivisions to attend the latest hearing. And then she was kind enough to handle the logistics involved with a community town hall type meeting on August the 19th at North Star Church, and it was well attended. It was a great exchange of ideas. Ultimately, after we went through our spiel and everyone got to ask questions, and it was good interchange of information, Ms. Cobb and her group showed us a plan that was a split zoned R15, R20 plan, R15 on the center of the property and split zone with the periphery of it having R20 lots. That was the color plan. This is actually the same site plan that you just saw. This is just not as colored up. But when we had that meeting, as I stated, Ms. Cobb, and as I sent a letter out last Wednesday evening, having exhausted every efforts that we could from a civil engineering perspective on this, and seriously, anxiously and tirelessly working on alternative site plans. I sent a letter to the chairman, Ms. Cobb, and others, of course, that needed to know that we simply weren't able to meet the demand's too strong a word, but meet the suggestions from Ms. Cobb and her group. They showed us that plan of R15, R20. It yielded, it's either 52 or 53 lots. The plan you're seeing now here has been reduced from the original number of lots, which was 98, to 82 lots under an RSL zoning district with RSL protocols. So with our 82 lots, originally being 80 or 98, and with their 15 or 52 or 3 lots, which was, it was almost configured like a hybrid OSC, we once again turned to Mr. Cook, our engineer, to look at a number of plans. And here's honestly what happens with a preponderance of those plans. For instance, an R20 OSC, your lots are about 60 feet in width, at least in terms of Windsong's product. 13,000 square foot lot sizes for an R20 OSC, different than the last R15 OSC you saw. For us, it would have to be about 220 feet in depth, and if you add the peripheral buffer, another 20, make it 240 in depth. Maximum density under the R20 OSC scenario is 1.75. We're at 2.49 under RSL. So it was quite a gulf, quite a delta, whatever you want to call it, a gap. And it just, there wasn't any way we're going to be able to either meet in the middle or meet close to where they wanted to be. Plus also the unintended consequence of using either an OSC or some other single-family detached classification other than the RSL detached age-restricted classification we had would literally cause the lake to be drained. So what you would have is a stream with this stream bank buffer is flowing essentially where the lake is. We would have to demolish the dam. As it stands now, Windsong is going to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix the dam that is there. There's trees growing on it, and I don't know what you think about that. I used to think trees would strengthen a dam. They have just absolutely the opposite deleterious effect. So demo the dam, and it's really not along the lines of what anyone really wanted to see on this. I mean, everyone started with a beautiful piece of property. How could you possibly develop it and destroy the woods and the lake? So the proposal you have before you today is a proposal for a rezoning from R30 to RSL for the purposes of 82 age-restricted detached homes at a density of 2.49 units per acre. We have your professional staff's recommendation for approval. This is consistent with the future land use map. It's consistent with the county's comprehensive land use plan. And it is also allowable in terms of RSL's purpose and intent in terms of its positioning, and in terms of its addressing age-related and restricted demographics. So there are two other Windsong developments that are in this general sub-area of unincorporated Cobb County. And they are to the south of this near Stylesboro. And a couple of you as planning commissioners have expressed satisfaction with the way that looked. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that you've got a sideways plan showing, once again, there you go. And by the way, this is not Cornelius who's putting them sideways. It's me and my staff. But that goes on to tell you more about there you go, the peripheral landscaping that we've talked about, the berming, the buffering, and in combination with the fencing. We've also put together, and I've got this on boards as well if it's easier for you, Cornelius, but this is if you go, yeah, back to that, a composite board that, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the pointer and go to the plan, the board. Okay, and you can turn that around. Thanks. If you'll look in your the handout that I gave you, and now we know why we've got redundancy in terms of electronic imagery, handouts, and visuals. Okay. What you got in your handout, it shows the various berm sections. This is Section A, or the entry of the subdivision, which is right now of Mac Dobbs Road. What it shows is the transition zone from 15 to 30 feet, an average height, a 4-foot berm. And it is important how high it is, but remember that a berm can only be as high as the slope, till the slope's leading up to it. But this is an entry feature that will have signage and seasonal color, and it shows this in juxtaposition to the rear of a residence. And then you've got Section B1 here. What this shows is the frontage lots with the fencing component that I mentioned, essentially the same average 4-foot berm, also showing its relation to the house. Here, another berm section, this is called B2. This is the low elevation frontage lots with the fence. Again, very similar, but I'm showing you this on different parts of the property, primarily in response to one of the chairman's questions, is this going to look like Serenade in terms of the periphery of it with berming and fencing? And then lastly here, berm section C, this is the what we call the focal features, and it shows the totality of the type of vegetation that will be in there. Of course, everything that goes in there will be subject to the arborist review and approval, but then more importantly, of course, it'll be subject to the district commissioner's final approval as well. So here's something that's come up that kind of surprised me. Going back to our site plan, if I can reactivate this, our site plan originally showed 2 points of ingress and egress, both of them on Mac Dobbs Road, and one of them was an emergency point of ingress and egress that had a gated entry for emergency, and the other one was our regular point of ingress and egress. So if you see what we've done with the revisions to the site plan as of last month, we've cul-de-sac the southernmost point of ingress and egress, and instead of that being an emergency point, that's simply a cul-de-sac. We're happy to push it out from there and make that a secondary entrance. And of course, the main point of ingress and egress is our subdivision entry. Mr. Chairman, may I have 60 more seconds? Or 45? 47?
The clock keeps running. I am fine with that. My fellow commissioners, can we just agree unanimously?
I appreciate it. It's my lack of tenacious sophistication with electronics, but.
Take an extra minute and a half, whatever you need.
Thanks so much.
We'll give the same to the opposition.
So, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. What we show then is a point of ingress, egress, right in, right out only on to Ellis Road. That's been a point of consternation. I just wanted you to know we don't have a strong feeling about that, and we're happy to delete that. We've updated the information that you have showing a comparative analysis between the two other Winsong developments that are nearby to show you that traffic generated by this is significantly less. And of course, what we've done in addition to that is submitted a full traffic impact study, and Mr. Abdul-Amir has interfaced with your county staff and specifically with DOT with respect to those issues. So we've agreed to all of DOT's comments and recommendations and those of the other departments. I at this time would just like to offer it up for any questions that you may have, and to thank again Ms. Cobb and the folks that she worked with for handling the logistics of that meeting. I'm sorry we weren't able to close the gap, But with all these things being said, we would appreciate that you follow staff's recommendation and that you as a planning commission recommend to the board that the application be approved as submitted. Thank you for the extra time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Now, for the opposition, I show we went over by 2 minutes and about 5 seconds. So just a hair over 12 minutes for the opposition.
Hello again. My name is Sharon Cobb, and my family and I reside in the Butler Creek subdivision on McDobbs Road. And I continue to represent my family as residents that are impacted within 1,000 feet of the proposed Windsong development, the Butler Creek homeowners, and single-family homeowners and subdivision residents along McDobbs and Ellis Road. In the past, we have presented petitions to Mr. Beloin and Ms. Gambrill with over 200 signatures in opposition of this project. We oppose the request to rezone the Mulkey property from R30 to RSL non-supportive and the current Windsong development, which includes the proposed density of 82 homes. As requested by Mr. Beloin at the July 26 Planning Commission meeting, a group of concerned homeowners met with Mr. Sams, Mr. Massey, and Windsong civil engineer and traffic engineer representatives on August the 19th. And we did appreciate the opportunity to discuss concerns with them at the meeting. And we were disappointed, and it's unfortunate that there were no additional reductions in the proposed density of the project presented in this meeting. We appreciate the efforts Windsong has made to preserve and showcase the natural aspects of the Mulkey property. However, our concerns over the proposed development continue to be related to safety and welfare of the existing and potential residents, and equally important, a continued indifference to the existing zoning and density of the immediate surrounding homes and developments. Could you shift that down a little bit? Yeah, thank you. From a safety and welfare perspective, the concerns we have related to the increased traffic and line-of-sight visibility on McDobbs and Ellis have resulted in a separate issue, and we have started correspondence with Amy Diaz with Cobb DOT. However, we still contend the estimated increased traffic of 500 additional round trips per day on McDobbs, regardless of the time of day, is an issue for a road that's been documented as not adequate and for the intersection at Ellis and McDobbs. This is a corridor that currently has, with no additional homes, 8,000 trips per day. With the addition and now possibly the elimination of the entrance exit on Ellis, that was good news. We still have the concerns on Ellis, but again, that's a separate issue. We just want to stipulate or request that the first responders entrance that puts back is a secured entrance that is only used by first responders and cannot be opened up to be used by the community. As it relates to the character of the area, while the proposed density factor of 2.49 included in Windsong's July 26th revised stipulation letter may be technically correct per code, that's 37.3 acres less the currently identified 4.4 acres of floodplain and wetlands. To be truly transparent, I think it's very important to understand what's actually being proposed. In this slide, you'll see the community that Mr. Sams has put up in his presentation. You'll see a breakout at the top where in their July 26th revised stipulation letter, they have stipulated 17.6 acres are open space, and that is to be commended. When you look at the actual lots, each of the lots are 55 across, 100 deep. That's 5,500 square foot lots times 82. That means 10.4 acres are being used for 82. That's almost 8 homes per acre. And then after that, you just back into what additionally is needed to do the road setbacks, the berms, the sidewalks, and the streets. So again, looking at the community, it's very dense, and you're talking almost 8 homes per acre, even though technically in the letter it's only 2.49, which is how code says you can calculate it. The following slides are taken from Cobb County's property record site. This is the current view of the Mulkey property. The proposed development spans 2 parcels. The first parcel, which borders Ellis, contains the lake, an open field in front of the lake, the current homestead, and undevelopable woods behind the homestead. The second parcel, which borders the back of the Signal Point subdivision, is a densely wooded acreage. The surrounding properties are zoned R30 and R20, with lot sizes averaging 30,000 and 20,000 square feet respectively. The 4 lots that are R15 or 15,000 square feet are actually oversized and are adjacent to a portion of the Mulkey property that cannot be developed. The proposed Windsong development lot sizes, as I said before, are 5,500 square feet, which is significantly smaller than anything adjacent or surrounding this property. Number 3. This view is the property records view, but it has the Windsong community overlaid. The second parcel will be clear-cut and leveled to build over 50% of the proposed 82 homes. The remainder of the homes will be placed in an open field in front of the lake and then where the current homestead's located. We oppose the destruction of the wooded acreage, and more importantly, we oppose 82 homes built on 10.4 acres, or almost 8 homes per acre. Number 4. This is an aerial view of Serenade and Encore, the other 2 Windsong communities that are within 1 mile of this proposed development. Serenade's at Stylesboro and Paul Samuel, and Encore is at the end of McDobbs and Stylesboro. Stylesboro is an arterial road. McDobbs is a collector road. Respectfully, we do not believe Cobb County's comprehensive land use plan indicates McDobbs should become a corridor for another RSL zone development with an unprecedented high density of 82 homes, or almost 8 homes per acre. We would prefer to see a development that blends new homes into the wooded acreage and the open field with the required distances between homes and standard setbacks seen in the adjacent and surrounding R30 and R20 zoning. The last one. I'm hopeful that each of you has taken the time to visit the proposed development property and have driven McDobbs and Ellis Road's corridors to see the inconsistency in the proposed high-density RSL development of 82 homes on 5,500 square foot lots, or almost 8 homes per acre as seen on this slide. We do not feel Windsong's July 26 revised proposal to request a change in the zoning from the current R30 to RSL non-supportive meets the intent of Cobb County's comprehensive land use plan, even though technically this type of zoning is allowed. The request of 82 homes on 5,500 square foot lots, 15 feet apart, with a proposed variance of a 20-foot building setback from the street is not compatible or consistent with the existing densities of the adjacent properties and surrounding developments, which are zoned for 30,000 and 20,000 square foot lots. Please deny Windsong's Z38 request for RSL non-supportive zoning, which will create an excessive and unacceptable density of 82 homes on the basis it is not compatible to the adjacent residential properties as described by the land use plan. This specific section of McDobbs is meant to be and should continue to be a low-density residential area as signified by the current zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Mr. Foster.
Good morning. I'm Lee Foster. I live immediately next door to this property on Ellis Road. I live on a shared driveway. There are 6 drivers on that shared driveway. Plus I have the neighbors across the street and next door to me. We are really concerned with the right-in, right-out entrance on Ellis Road. If you look at all the way up and down McDobbs and all the way up and down Pine Mountain, regardless of the density or the subdivision, there are not 2 entrances into any of them, regardless of how many houses are in there. There's only one way in, one way out. I don't know if it's the DOT, Windsong, or the fire department wanting this entrance on Ellis Road, but I'm opposed to it My line of sight already from my driveway is 102 yards, which is 306 feet. I believe the DOT requires 445 feet. And I've already heard your rep from DOT figure there's 10 trips a day per household. Mr. Amir, who's the traffic engineer, is going to say it only puts 7 to 8 cars an hour on the road, which may be true, I don't know. But one of those descriptions sounds like a lot. And people ride in and then they come to that entrance and they only have a way to turn, which is down the hill toward me. Virtually no one on Ellis Road follows the speed limit. Currently, if you pull out of Mr. Mulkey's driveway, turn toward my driveway, you're gonna get to my driveway within 5 seconds. That only gives a couple of seconds for either me or the driver to make a decision to turn in or out or stay put. I think it's very unsafe, and adding traffic to Ellis Road is going to be a hazard for me and my family and the families around me. And would I rather some huge house be built over there and leave the 37 acres? Absolutely. Wish I owned it, but I don't. So, thank you.
Understood. Thank you very much. Anyone else for the opposition? All right. Seeing no one else, that closes the public comment portion of this meeting, and this is in District 1. Let me start with Amy Diaz and the Cobb DOT.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Okay. You just, well, let me start with Mr. Foster's comments while we're there. Given his current line of sight, which is not horrific, but somewhat below what you'd like, is that fair?
I believe the line of sight he's referring to is on Ellis Road.
Right.
Ellis Road is 35 miles an hour.
Right.
You can talk about whether people are driving that or not, but
Sure.
The sight distance requirement for a 35 mile an hour is 390. The one mentioned in our recommendations is for the access on Mac Dobbs Road, which is the 445.
Okay. Is there anything that can be done to make things safer? I think the real problem there is that you have what I call a roller coaster. You have, I think Mr. Foster's driveway is roughly near a base elevation where you have everything rolling downhill in both directions towards his driveway. Does Cobb DOT often recommend any remedial measures to try to enhance safety under those circumstances or not?
The one that we are most easily able to apply is cutting back vegetation. We did send somebody out to look at the Mac Dobbs at Ellis Road intersection after some feedback from the community. They did have sufficient sight distance, but we've also submitted a request for the vegetation to be cut back because there is some vegetation in the right-of-way that, if it's pulled back, could improve it even further above our minimum. Along Ellis Road itself, when you're talking about a vertical curve, the only way to really fix that is to redesign the roadway, which of course is a considerable expense.
Okay, well, let's move around the corner to Mac Dobbs.
Yes.
As a road. What does the county have any plans to widen the road there? Or?
There is a Mac Dobbs roadway project to the, I believe it's to the north of here, but it does not extend to this area.
What are you going to do to the north?
I'll pull up the description. The project's currently on hold awaiting additional funding. It's, look looking at exactly what the improvements are. Safety and operational improvements, turn lanes, and sidewalks. But again, it does not extend to the frontage of this property. It's a joint project with the city of Kennesaw.
Can you give us an example of what some operational or safety improvements might be?
Well, adding turn lanes to intersections that don't already have them, as we stress every time we talk about requiring turn lanes for developments, that improves the safety by allowing vehicles to get out of the way for through vehicles. So that's certainly something that's probably, I don't know all the details. I can get you in contact with the project manager for this if you'd like to have further discussion about it. But other roadway safety and traffic operational improvements, they may be improving line of sight on the side of the roads if they have anything they can pull back, such as vegetation or signage or anything that's obscuring things. They, as far as I know, are not redesigning the alignment of the road. So I don't anticipate any changes to the vertical or horizontal curvature of the road. But I don't know if that for sure. That's usually a larger project.
Okay. What about on MacDobbs? What plans does the DOT have to widen that or make that safer in any respect?
Well, that is on MacDobbs. I'm sorry. Ellis Road doesn't have an identified project.
Right. I'm at, in this segment of MacDobbs, is anything on the?
There's no planned projects in this segment of MacDobbs currently.
Okay. My understanding, though, if I recall correctly, there was something in the comments about getting some dedication of some right-of-way as part of this?
Yes, because MacDobbs is, I believe, a major collector, and so we've asked to improve the right-of-way to our standard for major collectors.
But yet nothing will be done with the roadway or right-of-way as a result of getting that right-of-way?
Correct. That just gets us up to the 40 feet from center line so that we have room to do improvements when a project is identified in the future.
Okay. Any other comments you wish for us to know or be aware of before we proceed?
To address the right in, right out on Ellis, part of what the traffic operations person did is also look at that access point to see if we would recommend it or not, because there was some concern about sight distance there as well. According to his measurements, it had sufficient sight distance for a full movement driveway. And because right in, right out driveways, though they do restrict turning movements that may have side distance restrictions or other concerns, they do introduce U-turn movements because somebody that wants to go in the other direction has to turn around. So we would actually, if a access is provided on Ellis, we would recommend that it be a full movement access, not right in, right out.
Okay. Just to make sure I heard that right, you'd recommend people be able to turn left or right coming when they exit at Ellis, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And they would have to confirm in the plan review process that the sight distance was met, but according to the traffic operations review, it should be able to be met.
It's a three-way stop, and there are stop signs in all directions. Is that correct, or am I incorrect in that regard? Remind me.
There would not be any stop signs at the access to the development. I mean, on Ellis Road. It would be a side street stop situation.
Right. But just up the way where the T is right now.
Yes.
That's a three-way stop, correct?
Yes, correct.
So it is not? Okay, I'm being corrected there. MacDobbs is clear. Okay, my apologies.
Okay, yes, the intersection with Ellis at MacDobbs is side street stop.
Okay, is any thought been given to making that a three-way stop at all?
I did approach the traffic operations group about that question, and they said that there has not been sufficient volume on Ellis Road to justify stop condition on MacDobbs. Basically, when you have always stop conditions, you want to have more or less balanced volumes in each direction. Mac Dobbs has a significantly higher volume than Ellis Road, so it makes it a two-way stop condition rather than an all-way stop condition.
Just thinking about the safety from the proposed Ellis Road entrance, if everybody's stopping, theoretically, there'd be more time for folks to respond. Folks would be starting from a theoretical speed of 0.
So all-way stops are sometimes used as an interim measure for sight distance issues, but again, the traffic operations group says there's not one here, though they are going to cut the vegetation back further. Side street stops, what they do is all-way stops is they do create more gaps, but in return, they introduce a significant amount of delay on a roadway that previously didn't have any. So you may introduce some gaps, but you also will introduce queuing and issues of people that build up at the all-way stop where they didn't have to stop before.
All right, just so I can get a clear handle on this, because the same issues Commissioner Dance was toying with on project in East Cobb are at play here, the intersection between safety and the need to clear vegetation and the need to try to, or the desire to maintain a view shed and preserve existing forests and such, trees that are already there in order to create something where we're not looking into the backs of a lot of roof lines. For me to get a clear handle on that, how far from the existing road beds, first on Ellis, then on Mac Dobbs, do I need to assume are going to be cleared of vegetation?
Well, we would not recommend any significant vegetation within our right-of-way, and so that 40 feet on Mac Dobbs would be clear.
40 feet from the center line?
Mm-hmm. Outside of that, we take a look at the sight distance triangles. That's somewhat dependent on curvature of the road. But if there's something that obscures a sight line that needs to be cleared, we get what we call a sight distance easement to keep that clear. But certainly within our right-of-way, we keep that clear.
Okay. Do any of my fellow planning commissioners have questions of the DOT representative? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me move to the applicant next. First of all, thank you for the presentation materials today. It's given me a lot to think about. The lake is how big roughly in terms of acreage? Do you have a rough handle on that?
I don't, but I'm sure my clients and their engineer do. I can't hear what he's saying. You want me to have him approach? Okay, evidently we don't know. We can get it verified.
Okay, it's several acres though.
Oh, at least, yes, sir.
Yeah. So what's going on here is the reason we're faced with a plan that does not have as generous buffers and such as Serenade, for example, which I've now visited about 8 times. It's basically due to the fact you have a large lake in the middle of the project, and then you have a large greenscape buffer as you move down the hill, which is essentially hard to build on land. You're going to have a bunch of ponds on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Are you requesting any variances for, even on the interior lots as to the distance between structures?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
You are showing certain plantings along In berm section A, I assume those are new plantings?
Yes, sir.
Same with sections B and C, all those would be new plantings in essence.
You pretty much have to have that, Mr. Chairman, when you're berming it up.
Yes. You'd kill stuff otherwise unless you build a well around it or something?
Kind of, sort of. And you can, just like trees can adversely affect a dam, excessive dirt can adversely affect trees and their root systems.
You have a pretty good, if you go to your map where you show the road coming off of Ellis,
Yes, sir.
it seems like currently from there down, you have a pretty good stand of trees. Maybe you could help answer the question I was just trying to get to, assuming further vegetation removal along there. Would much of that stand of trees be left between Ellis Road and Mr. Foster's property?
Yes, sir. And you might refer back to one of the things that are in your handout, which is just, it shows the existing trees and it shows them also enhanced by the additional plantings as well. I don't know the exact siting. I see Mr. Foster's house, but I'm not sure exactly the contours and topo as to how they would affect his view shed.
It was stated by the opposition that your average lot size is 5,500 square feet. Is that correct?
More than likely. We meet the RSL requirements in terms of lot size, but that'd be a fair statement.
Okay, what about I see some exterior lots have been enlarged, specifically 38, 37, 36, 39. Looks like 55. Those all seem to have been enlarged. Do you know what the width is on say, lots 45, 46, 44? Is your proposal for those all to be standard width?
Yes, sir. At least at the street frontage.
I'm sorry?
At least at the street frontage, yes, sir.
Is there any ability at all to take some of what you currently show as open space next to like lot 59 and use that to make those lots wider along back up to MacDobbs?
That's a pinch point there. But yes, we're required to have open space. Obviously, we're at 17.6. We exceed that and certainly are more than we have been at other times before you. But I think when you've got open space, it's supposed to have a meaningful connectivity. So if we could do so without destroying the intent of what open space is all about, we'd certainly be glad to try to reconfigure pad space to lots.
Would you be willing to have your engineer meet with me and possibly with Ms. Cobb and just walk the perimeter to try to get a clear handle on what the view shed would be, or the view would be?
Of course.
Along MacDobbs and Ellis?
Certainly.
Yeah, okay. Does anyone else have any questions of the applicant? Yes, sir, Commissioner Vaughn.
And this is just more a semantic question. On the size range for the homes, it says in the stipulator, make sure, 1,800 to 2,400?
Yes, sir.
But then it says 2,400 and greater is?
Well, sometimes with additional appointments and these are not typically custom-built homes, but we have a waiting list, believe it or not, already. And we do like the ability to be able to go up higher than that. I've been in jurisdictions before where I say 18 to 24, and if you went 24.5 or 2,450, then they said, well, that's not what your steps say. So I add that more as a catch-all than anything else. So typically average 2,000 square feet.
Got it.
2,200.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners with questions for the applicant? Okay. Just one final question for you. Is 82 just an absolute hard number that there's no room on, or is there something to talk about here? If it's determined that we need to somehow provide a more, some larger lot sizes on the perimeter?
From a land use planning perspective, and from my perspective, and from the ingenuity of Windsong, that is not a hard number, simply because we have the wherewithal to be able to do this and market it. But we have a seller, and I don't know the contractual ramifications. I know how much is being paid, and I know when it went down from 98 to 82 lots, that changed the financial expectations of the seller. So from the seller today, I don't have, and I don't think my client has, the authority to agree to that, although I certainly see where you're going, and I understand. And we do have plans where we've come up with different numbers that are shy of 82, but certainly more than the 52. And so.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask a couple of questions of the opposition.
The lake is 2.1 acres.
Mr. Chairman, the lake is 2.1 acres, I was just told.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cobb, if I can. Okay. Can you think of anything else that should be done to make McDobbs Road safer, in your opinion?
I think we'd have to work with Ms. Diaz from the DOT. I think that something needs to be done to overall reduce the speed. This is on the unincorporated side, so that would basically start from, if you're familiar with the McDobbs corridor, the bridge to Stylesboro. In this specific instance, definitely green space needs to be pulled back and attended to on a regular basis. But the overall corridor, as Ellis is problematic with speeders. And we had a wreck in May that took a life of it was a single car, but again, we need to do something to reduce the speed or slow people down.
Do you have any thoughts on making Ellis and McDobbs a three-way stop?
On the one hand, it would be nice to slow down the traffic. However, I do respect the comments from the DOT. McDobbs is a collector road. In the mornings during rush hour, cars stack up from 41 back past the first subdivision, and then they stack up quite a bit, and it would snarl up things. I mean, it's a two-edged sword. It would definitely create a stopping point, similar to what's at Ellis at the right hook. You know, when you go to Ellis, and then you have to stop because it's a right hook. I don't know. It's a two-edged sword because McDobbs is a thoroughfare now, and there's a lot of traffic that comes through there. And the three-way stop would slow down traffic, but it could potentially snarl things up. So I don't know. It's an interesting proposal.
Have you had a chance to study the proposed berms before today?
Yes, and I think, I would like to understand a little bit more. I believe compared to Encore and Serenade, we need continuous landscaping. The landscaping's gorgeous, as I spoke, we spoke on the 19th. It's never been an issue with the product. It's never really been an issue with the landscaping. It's the density. But the berms that are at Serenade and Encore, they kind of have groupings of magnolias, Leland cypresses, magnolias, and then there'll be some smaller stuff and then groupings. We would want on Ellis and on McDobbs, robust, continuous magnolias, Lelands for sure, because they keep their greenery throughout the year. Then of course crepes and other taller landscaping. The one thing to be concerned about is visibility from the street, even with the fence, even with the berms. And while it looks like this property will have some downward motion to it, where you might have a little bit of opportunity not to see, the rooftops at Serenade and Encore are visible. And with the opportunity for homeowners to select different kinds of floor plans, and that speaks to the possibly greater than 2,400 square feet that Mr. Sams was discussing, that gets into a very robust second floor sometimes. With a homeowner that just keeps on the single floor, the roof line is a little bit lower. When they build out that second floor for different options, bonus room, guest quarters, et cetera, that second floor becomes a two-story home almost. And so that's a concern for visibility, even with the berms that are being discussed. If you had any of those on Ellis or Mac Dobbs, it would be obvious, and no amount of fencing or greenery for the first several years could obscure that.
Okay, you'd also be willing to make yourself available to meet to review these proposed berms and have some
Yes,
more
I would do
concise
my,
comments?
yeah, I would do my best. I do have a job that I take off.
Still?
I do. I do take off work to come to these meetings, but yes, I would do everything I could to be available.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else with questions, further questions for the opposition? No? All right. Well, any other comments before I make a motion at this time? Yes.
Comments were made earlier about density, and there was a suggestion that the density was higher than what's indicated on the site plan. And I want to ask staff to clarify how density is calculated for this particular case. John?
For this property, the 4.3 acres of floodplain wetlands was deleted from the density calculation. So the density of 2.49 units per acre is based on the net property.
Okay. And the future land use designation for this property is low-density residential. And what's the density range for that?
1 to 2.5 units per acre.
All right. Thank you. That's it.
No other questions from any other commissioners? Okay. At this time, my motion will be that we hold it again for me to meet with the applicant and with the opposition or the applicant's engineer to review what's going to happen when we with the removal of a significant amount of existing landscaping and with the possible placement of these berms. And I'm going to need to talk to the applicant further about the height of the structures that will back up to these proposed berms. I think I need to get a clearer handle on those issues before I'm comfortable making a recommendation to this group. So that'd be my motion to hold it for 1 more month.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaught seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Okay, call the question. All in favor? Okay, that passes by a vote of 5-0. And with that, we'll go ahead and take lunch and excuse you folks till 1:30. Okay, welcome back to the September Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Peterson, what's next?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z53, Quintus Development LP, request rezoning from GC to RRC for a multifamily residential community in land lots 717 and 724 of the 16th district. The property is located at the terminus of Roberts Court, west of I-575, east of I-75. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z53? Let the record show there's 2 people here opposed to rezoning case Z53. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Where's my handout? Ready for the applicant?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Ready. And again, not good morning, but good afternoon. And again, for the record, my name is Garvis Sams with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff, and have the pleasure of representing Quintus Development concerning this application for rezoning. Before I get into it, I need to tell you, I appreciate the lunch break. At the last BOC meeting, Acting Chair Commissioner Sheffield took, I think it was about a 25-minute lunch, and it made it just a little difficult. So thank you for giving us a full hour. I appreciate that. First of all, I represent Quintus Development LP concerning this application for rezoning. Mr. Kelly Kepler is the principal of Quintus and has been the principal involved in all the discussions that we have had. We also have as our traffic engineer on this, Mr. Abdul Amir of A&R Development, or excuse me, A&R Traffic Engineering. So he's here with us to respond to any questions. This is an application that was heard and held by you last month. I think, and I don't want to mischaracterize this or put words in District Commissioner Dance's mouth, but I think the primary motivating factor for doing this is, or was to allow our final traffic impact study, which was submitted on July the 29th, to be fully vetted, not by Ms. Diaz, who was right on top of things, but to delegate it to the operations division, and you'll understand why from the complexities of this in just a minute. And they really hadn't had the time to do that. So not begrudgingly, but understandingly, we were pleased with the fact that it was heard and held. But what was supposed to be done as far as interfacing with operations has now been completed. In fact, we had a meeting, a rather large but very meaningful and instructive meeting with the commissioner and others last week, which I'll tell you about. By the way, the staff has recommended approval of this application, but I think it'll be helpful for you to know where it's located. Obviously, the site plan doesn't do it justice. It does the site plan, but it doesn't show you the positioning, and there we go. This is a piece of property that, as I think I mentioned, is 19.878 acres. It's located at the confluence of I-75 and I-575, and I think conservatively, and I got Ms. Diaz to give me a sort of a nod at our meeting last week, there's a good estimate is 250, a 250,000 cars or vehicles a day pass by this property going north or south, depending on which interstate and in which location they're ultimately headed. This property is within a regional activity center, and as you know, Cobb County has 2 regional activity centers, and this is in the town center regional activity center. This is a use that's consistent with the subcategorization of uses under the RAC. And by way of explanation, during the past decade, Cobb County DOT, the Georgia Department of Transportation, the Federal Highway Administration, the Town Center CID, and others have been looking at ways to improve circulatory and navigable patterns within the town center area. And they've come up with various relievers, Barrett relievers, and others with respect to moving traffic around town center. If you've been there at any high peak period, then you know it's problematic. And that's not a criticism of the TCCID. But if you look at town centers, regional activity center, in juxtaposition to, say, the Cumberland core, the road network is just not as good, in my layman-esque opinion. But I think the fact that we're getting ready to do what we're getting ready to do will change that considerably. In other words, what you're going to be seeing, and this is a project wherein we've already, or the county has already acquired property from this to accommodate it. There's going to be a flyover bridge which will constitute vehicular connectivity on the other side of the interstate to the subject property, where it'll terminate in a roundabout on the subject property. As I mentioned, we've already closed on that, and it was uncontested. It was short-term negotiations, and the county is very much on their way to completing this project. This piece of property is Zone GC, General Commercial. It's the third least restrictive classification under the Cobb County zoning ordinance. It's fully entitled to utilize. There's no impediments. The fact that it either is or is not within a regional activity center in Zone GC. But it doesn't lend itself well to retail development, even services-oriented type of quasi-industrial development. In that regard, and based on Quintus' position as a preferred developer in terms of multifamily development, what we have here is a request for rezoning from the GC, or actually it's a downzoning from GC to RRC, or regional retail commercial. Now, this is a whole case, so I'm really supposed to be limited to what's happened since we were here last. So I just wanted to tee it up. But what's happened since is, as I mentioned, there was a joint meeting last week which included District Commissioner Burrell, DOT Director Drew Raisler, Amy Diaz, who's a civil engineer with DOT's Review Division, the zoning manager, John Peterson, County Attorney Brian Johnson, our traffic engineer Abdul Amir, my client Kelly Kepler, and me. And if I've left anybody out, I'm so sorry. But on balance, it was an incredibly good meeting, meaningful dialogue, and what we were able to determine right off the bat was operations had seen this, had analyzed it, had provided with Ms. Diaz and her staff with the information it needed, so the primary purpose of the hold has been accomplished. One other thing that came out of that meeting was, well, what are you going to do? How are you going to build a multifamily development while we're building a flyover and a roundabout and making other connectivity vehicular-wise? So my client has agreed to hold off any vertical construction until the road network, the flyover, the roundabout is certified operational, which is big. Fortunately for Quintus, they've got enough in the pipeline where they can afford to do that. Just FYI, the projected time frame is about 2 years, more or less. But I thought that was, I don't want to say generous, but it worked to everyone's advantage to be able to make that representation, and we can agree to it now as a condition of the rezoning, because it's not in any of the letters that I've sent, because we just reached that agreement. We've also, because it was brought up, Mr. Chairman, by you and by others since then, including at the meeting, Director Resler was concerned from an airport perspective because that falls under DOT in terms of noise that planes make. Also concerned with respect to the inordinate amount of traffic that flies by here. So You had suggested it, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Danson, I talked about it as well individually last week. She was not able to attend that meeting, but she's been totally briefed on it. But as far as sound attenuation, let me tell you how it looks, or what it looks like. The property is elevated. It's a piece of rock. The subsurface-wise, it's a piece of rock. It's a tough piece of property to work with. But Quintus's plan for sound attenuation includes a number of components. We already have the stip letter, double pane windows, but let me explain what double pane windows are. It's glass that is dissimilar in nature, one pane as opposed to the other pane on the air pocket in between those. And there's specifications of that I'm not, it's above my pay grade to be able to explain it to you, but so that's one thing we already had in place without making specific reference to anything else. Also, exterior walls are important for sound attenuation, so we're talking about cementitious siding, masonry water table, something called Huber engineered woods, a zip system or similar exterior sheathing. I don't have a clue what that is. But construction people here know the finer details of construction, I'm sure, do. Elevated bad insulation, and also 2x6 lumber studs. That's for the exterior of the building. So there's seven different materials on that alone. Also, we've agreed, and I don't know that it was discussed at that meeting, but my client and I have agreed to put a recital on each contract, each deed of conveyance, any type of, well, deeds of conveyance will be leases, but all documentation will make specific reference to the direct adjacency to the two interstates. Be kind of hard to miss, but also the fact that that it's within close proximity to Cobb International Airport at McCollum Field. So on two levels, we'll be advising these folks straight up what the circumstances are. As I said, this is a whole case, so we don't go over all the stipulations again, but there's three things that are very important, and doggone it, if I don't seem to be, I think y'all are speeding up the clock on me. There's a dual access requirement. I'm just kidding, Mr. Chairman. There's a dual access requirement for all anytime there's over 200 units, and it can be solved by a number of ways, getting another access. Well, right now we're in negotiations with Home Depot to get an easement through there, number one. Number two, the director of DOT advised that there's a possibility, how did he do this? He said creating enough diagonal distance with a curb cut onto what he described as Barrett reliever 3.5. In other words, that's a moniker that he just hung on it, but there's a certain horizontal distance and there's a mathematical computation, and we may be able to achieve it that way. Thirdly, like I did with the multifamily development in the town center area for about 44 units per acre in December of 2020, we submitted what was called a letter of equivalency from a fire safety expert that touched the areas that needed to be touched and concerned, and that's what got us through that. And I've sent a copy of that to others so that they'll see what that looks like. But today we're simply asking, and without getting into the merits, since those were discussed last time, that you follow your staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you for the additional time, and certainly afford it to the others. But we've done, I think, what we've completed the direction you gave us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. For the opposition now, and so that would be 12 minutes and 5 seconds again? Up to 12 minutes and 5 seconds?
Good afternoon. Where's it? The Bells Ferry Civic Association is in opposition to Z53. This request is to rezone the site. Yes. BBC zoning to rezone this site to the RRC zoning district to develop a 240-unit apartment complex. The development is proposed to include 5 four-story buildings within the complex and amenities. We have several concerns regarding this development, including a variance request, traffic congestion, sound mitigation issues, and not enough access roads and school capacity. Of major concern is the fire department access, which was neither addressed by the fire department nor the PC at the last meeting. Why is this requirement being ignored? 2 access roads are required for apartments with over 200 dwelling units. Regardless of whether they are equipped with the approved automatic sprinkler system, the site plan only contains 1 access road. Sound mitigation is another concern. Living between 2 major highways is not an ideal situation. The highway noise, along with noise overhead from planes due to being in the traffic pattern zone, will far exceed the federal noise abatement criteria, NAC, of 71 decibels. What is being done to mitigate the noise? We agree with DOT recommendations to the superior noise insulation construction material to minimize the noise impact and to require a statement in the lease with the tenants that aircraft will routinely fly over the apartment complex. Sound barriers, the height of the building, or dense, tall, evergreen landscaping should be incorporated to help with the noise, as well as the existing natural buffer of trees should remain. Additional upgraded mitigation measures should be incorporated due to the location. In addition, what structure will be utilized to ensure that children and pets cannot accidentally access the highways? We question why there is a need to reduce the required 50-foot landscape buffer adjacent to a residential zone property to 0 feet along the northern property line. A buffer is needed to shield the noise from this development to the other parcel. Is there any guarantee that Heritage Park townhomes will not expand further and nearer to this parcel? We question if the detention pond is being built up against the property line in order to make room for a future access road and proposed bridge across I-575. In addition, how will the additional traffic be handled? The intersection of Roberts Court and Barrett Parkway is already congested. How will more turning lanes be added, and who will pay for it? Lastly, there are concerns of the impact this development will have on the assigned schools. Bells Ferry Elementary School is once again over capacity after having added additional outdoor modular classroom buildings just a few years ago. In summary, we are opposed to this multifamily residential community as submitted due to the variance request for no buffers along the northern property line, traffic issues, sound mitigation concerns, the DOT recommendation for a FAA airspace study, the required number of access roads, and the overcapacity status of school enrollment. Therefore, we respectfully ask that you recommend denial of Z53. Thank you for your all's time.
Can we just get your name for the record?
Joanne Trivet.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow planning commissioner members, board members. My name is Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District, as it will result in an impact on enrollment of one school already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else to be heard in opposition? Okay, seeing and hearing from no one else, that closes the public comment portion of the meeting, and this is in District 3, and Commissioner Deborah Dance will lead the discussion.
Thank you. Can I have Amy Diaz step forward, please?
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hello again. Can I ask you to address this articulated concern about traffic impact caused by this development?
So we have reviewed their traffic study, and we agree there's congestion in the area. However, it's an existing condition, which is not overly aggravated by the proposed development. Again, just like any development, it's going to add traffic to the area, but the percentage change from the no-build condition to the build condition is fairly minor.
Okay. Can you educate us as to the Barrett Reliever project and the timetable?
Right. So Barrett Reliever Phase 3 connects Roberts Drive to, I believe it's Greer's Chapel, but basically it's going to have a bridge that goes over the interstate without having any interstate access. So it's proposed to basically do exactly what it says, relieve Barrett Parkway. So that it gives them a parallel roadway that they can use to make that connection. It will go across the interstate and then connect at a roundabout that is to be built, and then go up Roberts Court.
Okay, and so is the roundabout on the applicant's property?
There is a piece of it that we obtained right away from the applicant for that project, but
That
it is.
you will or have?
It's my understanding we have.
Okay.
The right-of-way acquisition is still ongoing, but that was my understanding.
Okay. And can you provide anything else relevant from the discussions you had in the applicant meeting regarding DOT concerns or?
So the study for continuing on from that roundabout further to the east to continue to relieve Barrett Parkway has been looked at by the Town Center CID and Cobb County. It was that section of it was called Barrett Reliever 4, Phase 4. It has not been ruled as cost effective. It's unsurprisingly, it's a very high dollar project. So at this point, there is no planned project to continue that. However, in addressing not precluding that future potential project and the possibility that this might also address the fire access concerns, one of the things that was mentioned that he mentioned that Drew called it Barrett Reliever Phase 3.5 was basically to extend a public road along the northern frontage of their property to access it from the public road rather than having the private access that they show right now. The private access they show right now also, and this is also in our comments, is conceptual level. There will have to be modification of it to have all the roundabout standards, splitter islands, things of that nature. Right now, all it does is sort of tack on a driveway on one side of the roundabout.
So the 3.5 proposal is not something currently scripted, is that right?
Correct, yeah. This would be a project that would be done primarily by the applicant and then dedicated to the county.
Okay, that was my next question. Whose responsibility would that be?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we are building to the roundabout. If they choose to do the public road frontage to address fires concerns and to address DOT's preference for not putting anything in the way of building that Phase 4 eventually, then it would be on the applicant to do.
Okay, so we've heard the representation that the applicant's willing to wait on the drive-over project?
Yes.
What's the time frame for that?
I believe that it's scheduled within the next 2 years. Like I said, we're in right-of-way acquisition right now. It's moving very quickly.
Okay. All right, any other member of the board have questions?
No, not for this speaker.
Thank you. If I could have Mr. Sams come forward.
Yes, ma'am.
So the representation, it might be a couple years, the applicant's aware that it might be a couple years, and when you talk about the delay of the project,
Yes, ma'am. That was the specific timeframe we discussed. And it's not specific, it's conceptual, but
right?
according to the director, he feels like that's an accurate general timeframe.
Okay, and the applicant's position on the extension of the public road across the northern end of the property is what?
Yeah, well, that was the director's idea, and I thought, whew, that's great. It's so creative. The applicant's position is one of three alternatives. Right now, we're focusing on the access through the Home Depot Roberts Court.
Okay.
Absent being able to secure that, because Home Depot has to grant that, then our next alternative would be to do that horizontal connection. And the way it would be designed would not be any type of impediment to Barrett Reliever 4, which, quite candidly, I don't think we're going to see at least in the next decade or so. But it's not going to be in the way.
Right. So, in terms of determining which option
Yes, ma'am.
you're going to proceed with, how much time does it take to evaluate those options and determine an appropriate course for meeting the dual access requirement?
We'll have that decided by Monday of next week.
Okay, so that would be prior to the next POC
Yes, ma'am.
meeting. Okay, is there anything else that we should know? Based upon DOT's remarks?
Lawyers, I love it.
Yeah.
You don't know the answer to that question. There's a lot I want you to know. No, that I think we presented our case. I'm just looking at the other lawyer and just commiserating.
Well, I think you used the term luminary earlier, so taking advantage.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. By the way, I think I mentioned our traffic engineer is here as well, if you need any questions of him.
Does anybody else have any?
I was going to ask the applicant just a couple questions. Does anyone else have questions for the applicant? No? No? Yeah. First, I appreciate your suggestion that something was done in response to something I actually thought once, but was anything done here in regards to keeping a tree buffer, or do you folks consider it a part of the important view to let folks look at on cars?
No, I can't help but be seen. We'd love to keep as much of that tree line as we possibly can. And that can be something we can determine also by Monday, circling back with Kenneth Wood of Planners and Engineers Collaborative, looking at DOT's plans, our potential 3.5 plan, and the extent of our footprint and its infrastructure to determine just how much of that tree line can be saved. But you and I talked about that, I believe, on Friday, and so I haven't made that determination as to just how much of it, but as much as we can.
Yeah, that was in passing while we were discussing one of your District 1 applications, in
Yes,
essence?
sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have one follow-up based upon the citizen remarks. Can you articulate the reason for requesting a variance with respect to the buffer?
Yeah, I mean, yes, ma'am. If I can see the microphone. The buffer that, or lack thereof, that's being referred to is where our detention pond is here. This is heritage, and it goes back down Roberts Court, back towards Barrett Parkway. This is an undeveloped, unusable piece of their property. I zoned this piece for Syntex 15 years ago. At least that's a representation I've been making. That's circa 15 years ago. But they have no more room there'll be no expansion of this townhome development because there's no room for it. Oh, but the variance is just simply a function of where we've put our parking spaces for the leasing offices, our track compactor, and of course no buffer, but then the detention pond is going to be landscaped, and of course you've got the setback here as well. But it wasn't designed to disadvantage anyone, but just to give us enough room to be able to have all the components that we needed for the parking. And by the way, this is interesting. You won't see one of these, and I don't want to disadvantage any future clients I have today, but we're parked at way above the 1.75. We're at 2.02 parking spaces per unit, simply because we had the room to do it. Now, we could have I could have shown 260 units on the site, or 280. They would have been unrealistic in that they would have been either too expensive or developmentally problematic because of the subsurface conditions there. So this is doing as much as we can on the rock that we've got. And we'll write that down.
Wise man built his house on the rock, right?
No shifting sand here.
You're not certain as you stand here now, though, to say that there's going to still be a 10-foot row of trees, 20-foot row of trees between the interstate and these units? Are you able to say anything about that?
The best I can say is I have to look at the two plans in relation to each other, the extent of the construction limits for the flyover and the roundabout, and the extent of our construction limits. But to the extent we can save any of the trees, it really is to our advantage, not just sound attenuation, but candidly, it frames this development on top of this promontory. You're not going to be able to not see this either going north or south on either one of the interstates. I don't have that figure, Mr. Blount, or Mr. Chairman. And I thought we had talked about it. Whenever we talked about it, I wasn't able on Labor Day weekend to get a response. But it's calculable and like within days.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And when you say calculable by your team, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you're agreeable to meeting with the county arborist and
Oh, absolutely.
working on the landscaping portion, yeah.
Well, I think, and happy to meet with the arborist, but if we're not talking about accentuating, adding to, or revising that tree line, but just trying to keep it intact, I think it's a mathematical overlap or computation. Now, of course, the balance of it, we'll have a landscape plan that your district commissioner will ultimately have the ability to review and approve.
I don't have any more questions of the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else have questions of other staff?
I do have a question of the school board representative, if I could.
No, I'm not school. But these are all 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. There are no 3 bedrooms.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you just heard the statement about these all being 1 and 2 bedroom units. Does the school board take a look at the probability of there being a certain number of students generated by a project of this size, given a certain number of 1 and a certain number of 2 bedroom units?
We base it upon the number of 4 units. I believe this is 240, so we calculated based on how many elementary school kids, middle school, and high school. We base that upon the total number of units for that new apartment complex.
Did you come up with some kind of an estimate?
Yes. We calculated to be for the elementary school, which is Bells Ferry, 12 students, Daniels Middle, 5 students, and Sprayberry, 7.
When I was in college, which was a very long time ago, I studied a few things about education finance and what could be done to help schools and help learning achievement. One thing that was emphasized to me was classroom size is a component. Do you folks just automatically add, just trying to figure out, is classroom size going to be varied if there are more students coming to a school? And the numbers you gave here are not huge, but just hypothetically, were those numbers a lot bigger? Is there some delta, some increase in number of students where you go ahead and try to add modular facilities as needed or to accommodate the need?
If we were to come to that situation, we would add those portables on site.
Okay. Do you know how many portables you have right now? It was suggested one of those schools had some. Bells Ferry right now maybe has some.
I don't have the actual site plan of where our portables are located. I don't have it with me. I have it in email.
Okay. But what you generally try to do is to add buildings and teachers as needed to keep class size relatively constant. Is that true?
Yes, we would.
Okay. All right. Another concern I have just generally with the number of apartment units we're adding is the impact of transients on education. Is that something you folks look at all or study? Do you know?
That I'm unsure about.
Okay. I just know this is anecdotal. This is not empirical on my part. Anecdotally, I've heard from a number of folks in education that transience is a problem for them in terms of if you can't keep the same person in the seats, it's real hard to teach that person and can spill over and adversely impact others. I just don't know if that's something you folks look at or consider in terms of the relative mix of apartment units to owner-occupied and whether that has any impact on learning. I'd always welcome those comments. I've never heard those comments from anybody at the school board.
We haven't taken that into consideration.
Those were all my questions I had for this gentleman. Does anyone else have questions?
Mr. McComb, thank you for providing the context. I just want to understand, in the submission, we had some of the enrollment projections for Bells Ferry, and current capacity is 712 and the school enrollment of 761. That was in the kind of department comments from the school. When I look at the Cobb recent 2021 enrollment projections, that number is a little bit different. The number I have here for Bells Ferry is a projected enrollment of 754 by 2023 and 2024, and then a projected decrease thereafter by 2026 and 2029 to 741. So we have in our official documents a 761 projected enrollment, but in terms of the actual official projections published by the county school district, we have it basically going like this, and then that kind of intersects with a project that is mostly 1 and 2 bedroom units, and then also is probably might be delayed for 2 years from now. So I'm just trying to think if we're really at kind of capacity on Bells Ferry in light of kind of like a little bit of the disconnect between the 761 versus the peak of 754 for Bells Ferry. So I'm just referring to the 2021 enrollment forecast that were published and then trying to reconcile those numbers with what was in the actual submission as part of the applicant's packet.
Right. Well, it should be noted our official enrollment 45-day report isn't due until mid-October once we've surpassed the 45 days. So I would have more concrete official numbers 45 days within the start of school.
Okay, and that would, in theory, affect projections for 2 years or 3 years from now as well?
Well, that would be the projection. Well, that would be taking account for the current school year.
Okay.
The 2021-22 school year.
Okay. And part of my question is just to help me understand how we should interpret capacity numbers and what's kind of the source of that we should be referencing when thinking about whether a school will be at or under capacity. So I'm still a little bit unclear as to kind of where 761 as an enrollment number projection comes from. But I guess we can certainly discuss that.
Well, the 761 is as of the end of last school year, the 2021 school year.
Okay,
That's where the 761 comes from.
got it. So is it, if I'm reading it correctly, then you're projecting enrollment to decline over the next, by 2024, down to 754?
I'm not sure where the decline comes from. I have to see the documentation you're looking at because I did not submit that.
Okay, all right, appreciate that, thank
Okay.
you.
Any other questions for the gentleman from the school board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Commissioner Dance.
Does anyone else have questions to address to any other member of staff or the public? No. Chairman, do you have any?
No, thank you for asking.
Okay. Okay, at this time, I would make a motion to approve the application, subject to a determination of the feasibility of projects to address the dual access requirement. As represented here today, that can be ascertained prior to the Board of Commissioners meeting, subject to specified sound attenuation requirements as discussed here today, and inclusive of determination of how many trees might be saved with respect to this project, and the representations that those matters can be easily ascertained, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, subject to all stipulations contained in the July 21st, 2021 letter of stipulations, and inclusive of this discussion about an FAA airspace study, which I notice is represented in the stipulation letter. That would be my motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Who got it first? Commissioner Hughes with the second. Okay. Is there any discussion? I just have a question for Commissioner Dance, and that would be, I note in just reviewing this that there's what looks to be, as best I can read this, at least a 30-foot major side setback all along where the two interstates run, 75 and 575. And I was curious if the planning commissioner would consider imposing some minimum tree buffer retention of at least 15 feet, or some area that would not be encroached upon. And I based on the fact that while I do see a slight encroachment on it for a parking lot and a slight encroachment for a detention pond, that those are just two slight encroachments. Now, having said that, I've heard about there being a lot of rock out there. I don't know the extent to which regrading is going to be required, but it's just something I was just curious whether that was considered at all.
I don't know that I have enough information to make that proposal, but we could make if you wanted to add something to the motion to require a review of it, I'm not opposed to that.
I'll leave that to you. You've made your motion, so I'll leave that there. Unless there's anything else, any other discussion? I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor? All opposed would be 0. So that motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Next case is rezoning case Z54, Chuck Owuzu, request rezoning from PSC to RM8 and NRC for a townhome community and retail in land lots 621, 638, and 639 of the 19th district. The property is located on the east side of Powder Springs Road and on the northeast side of Pear Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z54? One opposed? Okay. Okay, two. Let the record show there's two people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sirs. For the records, my name is Chuck Owuzo. I'm the owner and the property developer for the application for rezoning to RM8 for Z54. Last time we met, the board requested for some changes to the site plan. We addressed most of it, if not all of it. So if I can put this here. Yes, yes. The major question we had last time was a sidewalk that was not very reflective in the previous plan, and some landscapings. So this is a 3D drawing that reflects that change that we are proposing. And here, I don't know how visible this is. Is it possible for you to zoom it out? Mm-hmm. Can I have your stick? All right. I don't know how much information this will provide, but this is the site plan that reflects the changes, the development we are proposing. Yeah, this is, like I said, is RM8, but we are proposing to do just 32 units. And we'll be glad if this could be moved forward. Thank you.
That's it. That's all for now?
Unfortunately, I'm not an attorney. Okay. So I don't... Attorneys will come and explain. I try to be as brief as possible.
Okay, well, I appreciate your efficiency. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of the project? Okay, you can have a seat.
All right, and just to add to that, most of the neighbors, I spoke with them. They are very happy about the development, and they call me from time to time that they are happy that this development is coming to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. For the opposition?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Charlotte Perry, and I live in Horseshoe Bend community, which is right across the street from the proposed development. We are concerned about traffic congestion. There are many families that live in that community, and most of them have children. We're also concerned about a condo association for maintenance and upkeep. Thirdly, we're concerned about a proposed daycare. And Mrs. Vicki Williams, she lives in the Hollandale subdivision, and it's adjacent to the community. And she said there are 3 homeowners there that are concerned about water runoff. We would like to see that land developed. Maybe it could be a daycare. Maybe it could be a gas station. But we are concerned about the development and the traffic congestion primarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition? No? Seeing no one, that closes the public comment portion of the meeting, and we are in District 4. Planning Commissioner Hughes.
For you? You mentioned that you had some concerns about homeowners association or HOA. Could you go into a little bit more detail what your concerns are with regard to that?
For the proposed development?
Yes, ma'am.
Just for the upkeep and maintenance of the property, as well as rental restrictions.
So are you thinking they wouldn't be maintained properly? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
one of the
All right.
concerns.
Okay, all right, that's
Yeah.
what I wanted to
Okay.
clarify. Thank you. Okay. Just to step back for a minute, I think when this was originally proposed, the applicant was requesting RM8 and NRC. Staff was recommending approval of the NRC and then deleting the balance of the property to RA5. I think since then, the applicant has submitted at least 2 different site plans, and both those site plans show the entire site being developed for residential. Mr. Wozu, if you could come up. Do I have that correct? You're now you're proposing to develop the entire site for residential. So no daycare, no NRC, just completely residential. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. The most recent site plan that I've seen, I don't know if we can pull that back up. I know the version I have that's available online.
Yeah, it's the plan on the screen. That is the latest.
Okay.
Maybe possibly the last drawing. Hopefully.
Let me thank you for being responsive to some of the things I think we brought up last month.
Thank you.
I wanted to highlight, you've indicated here on this latest version, I think this is dated August 25th, 2021, that the living spaces themselves will be 29 by 44. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir. And that addresses the question that Commissioner Beloit had about having enough driveway for 2 cars.
Correct. So that was the other thing. So the driveways will now be 20 by 20.
Right.
And these will be 2-car garages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there will be an 8-foot patio off the back?
Yes,
of
sir,
these?
yes.
And there'll be a 5-foot landscape strip along the front of the property?
Yes, sir.
So everyone will access their unit from this one main street, correct?
Yes, sir, yes. And the street is about 24 feet wide. It's wider than normal access way.
Okay. You may have addressed this when you and I exchanged emails as late as yesterday.
Yes.
One of the notes on the most recent version still called out the NRC zoning in the area of the property that is, I think you're planning to put sort of your clubhouse, mailboxes, and a recreation center in your pool. But you're saying that that's not correct, right?
Yeah.
It's not NRC.
Yes, that is not correct. Yeah, I think it was a typo because they pulled that from the previous drawing. So it's RM8 instead of NRC. The whole site is RM8.
Okay. And then this latest site plan also shows your pool, a gated pool area that appears to be within the 50-foot building line setback along Powder Springs Road, which I think, in talking with staff, I don't think that's going to fly. So we need to figure out what we need to do there to.
Yes, sir, we are ready to address that. We're ready to pull it back and make some adjustments as required.
Okay. I think that's something that my comfort level, I'd like to see that revision before I would feel comfortable making a recommendation to this group. I think the other thing is, and I've actually developed some zoning stipulations, a draft that I'd like to share with you in the next day or so for you to review. But some of the things that you can anticipate seeing are mandatory homeowners association, a limit on the number of rental units, probably something like 10%. You can't repair vehicles there, some things like that. There's 16 of them. I think they're a little bit too laborious for me to go through here right now, and I want to tweak them just a little bit. I want to share them with staff before I send them to you to review.
Yeah, I'm ready for that, sir. And also, I responded to that email. I'm not sure you may have seen it before now.
Right.
Yeah, there's going to be a mandatory homeowners. The community is going to be to address your concern, ma'am. The community is going to be well maintained. It's going to be gated. There will be an ordinance that will be in place by anybody that be resident there. It's going to be an added value to the homes that are around there. So it's not going to depreciate the values or bring any concern to anybody in the neighborhood.
Okay. So for me, where I'm at, I think with some of the questions related to the pool location and also having, I think, a good grip on what the zoning stipulations should be for this, I'd like to recommend to the board or move that we hold this for 30 days, give us time to go through those zoning stipulations, and also modify the site plan.
I agree, sir.
That's my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there are 3 seconds. The record can reflect that all. Three commissioners seconded it, everybody but me. So is there any need for discussion, any further discussion desired by any commissioner?
I would like to make a comment, and that is that currently, I don't have enough information in your packet to even understand what you're doing, and so I'm supportive of his motion because I think we need to have a lot more clarity and understanding before we're in a position to even evaluate your request.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, we have comment. Any other comments before I call the question? Okay, call the question. All in favor of the motion? All right, so that motion passes by a vote of 5-0. If you could perhaps, as soon as possible, get us a new plan consistent with what I understand to be an RA5 only project, and review that list with Commissioner Hughes, and I'm going to ask him for that list. Plan to use it myself in the future. That sounded like a good start to a good list.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Hey,
we okay?
rezoning case Z60 TLM Realty, request a rezoning from PSC, PVC to PVC for a mixed-use development in land lot A55 of the 19th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Hurt Road, the southeast side of Austell Road, on the east side of Brookwood Drive, and on the west side of Floyd Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z60?
About one.
Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr. Sams.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman. May it please the commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff, and have the honor and pleasure of representing both TLM, who is the applicant and property owner, and Graystar concerning this application for rezone. This is not a whole case, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to try to make or take forever to present it. Let me tell you a little bit about TLM. TLM owns this property, has owned it for some time. It is a developmental entity out of the New York real estate market, but it owns national or has a national ownership of many different properties, and it's one of the most incredible companies I've run into in terms of its negotiation skills, which I respect but don't always like, but certainly its ability to hold on, develop, and redevelop properties. Also, with Graystar, I have with me today Mr. Craig Gerhardt. He's the Senior Development Associate of Graystar. We have our engineer, Mr. Brad Bredbrenner. He's a civil engineer with Lowe Engineers. And we have as well our senior analyst, Ms. Isabel Figueredo of Graystar, and all four of us will be available to respond to any questions. So we've got good representation from the client and our consultants in connection with this. This is an application that seeks entitlements for purposes of a mixed-use development, which will precipitate the totality of all the buildings in terms of demolition, which are presently on the subject property. This includes the Burlington store that's been there for years. It's a big box. Not sure exactly what Burlington's plans are for the area, but this is a redevelopment of a mixed-use development, which really is addressing the market trends within this sub-area. And you'll recall the joint venture between Garner Development and Graystar on a piece that actually has certainly adjacency, and it looks like contiguity to this piece as well, which was also a mixed-use development and also a retrofitting and rehabbing of an existing shopping center. Here, we're taking down the Burlington and all the other buildings on the property and adding an additional commercial component. So the commercial buildings will comprise a total of approximately 25,000 square feet of sort of flex retail restaurant space with the three and four story buildings handling the 340 luxury apartments, highly amenitized apartments. Currently, this property is zoned planned shopping center, as were most of the properties that were developed of this ilk around the early part of the 1990s. And I've used this word before, and after a while, because they really didn't use sustainable architectural components in terms of composition back then, it looks forlorn, it looks tired, it's worn, it doesn't fit. This is ripe for redevelopment and more ripe for a mixed-use development than any kind of standalone development that I could think of. So the proposed mixture of retail and restaurant uses, the luxury multifamily home that greatly enhances the trend, and it fills this sub-area with services that they haven't had. In fact, until we did the contiguous development next door, there had been no market rate apartments, luxury or otherwise, in the past 12 years within this sub-area. We've been in touch with, and we have a cheerleader out there, and Wellstar Cobb Hospital is in close proximity to this, and you may or may not have gotten an email from Scott Brooks. He is their acquisition head with Wellstar with respect to all of his operations. He certainly emailed me. I certainly gave him y'all's email addresses, but I'm authorized to speak on behalf of him, and that he is supportive, and I'm thinking his official capacity on behalf of Wellstar. So we've established a lot of dialogue with a lot of folks, and I'm not sure who the sole person is here today in opposition. I don't mean to pejoratively describe that as just one sole person in opposition, But it's not like we haven't fielded just an absolute multiplicity of calls on this, particularly after we sent out the notification letters and the signage went up. We've luckily been able to help folks understand the process and what the demolition is going to constitute, but more importantly, what's going to come back in its place. We have received the latest analysis from staff. Staff has recommended approval. And I want to give kudos to staff, and I'm not looking for any favors or anything, but lately, the past 2 months, your final staff analysis that you're getting as a part of your package includes the most recent stipulation letters and everything. In other words, my stipulation letter here was August 24th or whatever it was, but the point is, it's a vast improvement having all of the information and sequential information, and it certainly is helpful to everyone. So kudos to staff for that. It certainly is helpful to me, and I suspect it's probably helpful to you guys as well. Of course, we'll have with this covenants, conditions, and restrictions. It'll include all the components, the common areas, the community buildings, the structure. There'll be reciprocal and shared parking between the retail component and the residential component. They'll also be responsible for open space areas and similar common features within this. Also, the CCR will contain architectural design regulations. No one has asked us to enter into any type of architectural or landscaping oversight committee, but so far what we've done is work closely with the district commissioner, district planning commissioner, and the district commissioner on this as well. So they obviously, or actually the district commissioner obviously has the final say. Right now, this site, as it stands, prior to demolition, is at 83% impervious surface. What you're seeing here on this plan shows 73% impervious surface, which of course is 10% lower, but 3% higher than what's allowed within these zoning designations. So we're at 73%, so we are asking for that concurrent variance. We're also asking for, and I know there's going to be a rewrite of your ordinance for a waiver from 25 acres, which is the minimum required for PVC, to a total of 15.81 acres. And I think both of those are self-explanatory in terms of needing those. We're also seeking some relief with respect to parking, but let me walk you through the parking. Right now, there's an overall sum of parking spaces of 621 parking spaces. That consists of 109 parking spaces available to the commercial retail pads, 512 parking spaces on the residential component, with 106 of those parking spaces being shared, and with 51 of those 106 parking spaces being contained within garages that are, I won't say it's an amenity, but it's an added boost that someone who wants a garage can pay for. And we have, as I mentioned, 51 garages, which as of late is not unusual as a multifamily development. Any signage we'll have will be ground-based monument style. Any old signage will be gone. Any aprons or points of ingress, egress that are not being utilized will be jettisoned. At full build-out, there'll be a network of sidewalks and pedestrian and vehicular connectivity, as you can see. Lighting will be subject to a photometric plan, which we will submit. The Stormwater Management Division, we've had extensive discussions with them. There are, of course, requirements now, as of the first of the year, that we not just redirect, recompose, or formulate ways to either lessen or redirect water. We're also responsible for actually lessening the volume of stormwater that emanates from the site. And it's a rather complicated formula that is subject to both subjective and objective analyses. But the stormwater discharge is covered in my stipulation letter, and it includes a number of stipulations. We've submitted a technical memorandum in terms of traffic generation, and Brad Brenner is here today regarding his submission of the full traffic impact study in the past couple of weeks. We've agreed to all of DOT's recommendations, and they are legion, but we are fine with all of those. And when I say legion, I mean there's probably about 10 of them. So if you'll read the stipulator, you can see all those, and I don't have time to cover because I'm running out again. Obviously, what we want to be able to do with the retail is have a village commercial component. You've seen the architectural style and composition. It's absolutely stunning. The first picture you see is of the overall development, and then the secondary picture you see is of the multifamily buildings themselves. We get into the, and Commissioner Anderson, you may not be used to this in this jurisdiction, but we actually get into the interior of these units in terms of high finishes and with respect to ceilings, appliances, and everything. And this is not something that's an add-on. It's not something that an owner might just want to add. It is something that will be in each unit. Now, Mr. Chairman, there's one very important thing that no one's ever done before, to my knowledge here in Cobb County with respect to this type of housing, but out of the entirety of the 340 residential units, a total of 10 of those units are going to be leased to individuals and or families whose incomes do not exceed 80% of the area median income, or the AMI. A lot of jurisdictions pay lip service to it. Your district planning commissioner, your district commissioner are trying to do more than that. So the specifics of that are there, but they'll first be eligible to employees of Wellstar, the public school system, and the fire safety and public safety officers. So there's a lot more to cover, but I'm out of time again. And so we would ask that you follow your staff's recommendation for approval, and I'll be pleased to respond to any questions Mr. Hughes, Mr. Chairman, and the others may have.
Thank you. For the opposition? Waiving it? Okay, apparently there is no opposition then. In that case, we're in District 4. Planning Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could get Amy Diaz to come up.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hey, Amy. Ms. Diaz, excuse me. I know you just received I guess the second submittal of the traffic study late last week, I think.
Yeah, it was after business hours on Thursday, so I sent it out on Friday.
Okay.
But of course, holiday weekend.
Yeah,
so.
sure, I understand. And I think you indicated you would not have time to prepare your analysis for this meeting. You would probably have it for the BOC hearing.
Correct.
With that said, though, can you just describe high level sort of the methodology that typically a traffic study like this follows?
Okay.
And I'm particularly interested to make sure it covers the adjoining property as well. I assume it would take into account traffic generated from that.
Yes.
Relatively new project.
Actually, the same traffic firm did both the adjacent traffic study and this one, so they were able to incorporate all their data from the previous study in the new traffic study. But yes, it does include that adjacent development and a couple of other ones that we gave them the traffic information for and asked them to include. So what they did is they had a number of traffic counts from that study for the adjacent parcel. That because of COVID, we've been having to adjust historical traffic counts anyway, not taking fresh counts. So they used those, and then for the two locations that they did not already have, they counted those in May and then checked against basically projecting the through volumes from the adjacent intersections to compare the actual counts to the projected volumes and see what they needed to adjust. So we've gone through that with them and accepted that projection. So there is, unsurprisingly to anyone familiar with the area, congestion in the area. The driveway on Brookwood at Austell is unsignalized. So the left turn, we agreed with the traffic engineer that basically left turns out of there during peak periods just aren't feasible, and so they didn't send any traffic that way. So there's no actual turn restriction, but when you go through the study, no traffic was sent that way because they simply can't get across Austell Road. during that time period. The traffic study also includes all the access points. One of the reasons why we have so many recommendations, even in our initial comments, has to do with the fact that you're fronted on 3 sides by pretty major roadways, and have an access to a 4th roadway, because you also, one of the roads goes over to Floyd. So we have accesses on Hurt, on Austell, on Brookwood, which is the main access, and then a minor access that, to our understanding, is supposed to be gated going to Floyd Road. The applicant said that they're willing to meet all of our recommendations. I know that there's been some discussion about the left turn lane on Brookwood Drive. It is a narrow roadway, but we do feel strongly that that left turn lane is going to be needed to get, because Brookwood Drive has a lot of connecting traffic, and that is their main entrance.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Are there any other questions that y'all have of Amy?
None of this
Thank you.
speaker.
Okay. I don't have any other comments unless y'all want to call up other staff to answer any questions.
Yeah. Any other planning commissioners wish to talk to anyone? Okay. No? Yes?
Can we have the applicant come up again? Mr. Sam? Great. Mr. Sam,
Yes, sir.
thank you for the walking me through the site. So just wanted to just understand a little bit more about the retail use. Do you have any sense at this time as to the type of tenants contemplated for that use?
Yes, sir. We do specialty type retail, some specialty type retail and chef-driven restaurants. I know that may sound like, who's your demographic? Well, double-income millennials, but in this particular case, because of what TLM wants to do with this commercial component, that is exactly what we're looking for. And Wellstar has expressed an interest in any place to eat, but we're looking to just really ramp up. And the commissioner, I think I can say this, the district commissioner says she wants it to be cool. So,
who doesn't want to be?
I'm not sure I know the definition as well as my 9.5-year-old grandson, but she knows what she means, and I know what she means.
Right, got it. Okay. And then, you had mentioned before the 80% of AMI component, and I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Did you say there were 10% or 10 units?
10 units.
So, out of the 340?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there any discussion about perhaps, or has there been any discussion around actually increasing that or moving that threshold? And any pushback on that?
And did you say any pushback on that?
Yes.
No, there's no pushback from anybody. But there's not a debate about workforce housing, but there's a confusion between workforce housing, Section 8 housing, and other type of voucher type housing, whereas it's a totally different, and I know you know, it's a totally different demographic. We and I hope Commissioner Hughes doesn't mind, but we specifically looked at more units than this, and we're still willing to do that. But as you know, these units, what you're paying per finished unit is given at a great reduction to this, and we've got a time limit of a 10-year duration, but we're willing to look between now and the Board of Commissioners at increasing that. But that is really a proprietary decision the Gray Star has to make. So it's kind of like with the case I had earlier. I mean, there was such a gulf between what we could do and what someone wanted us to do. Sometimes you worry about, a modest amount like 10 maybe saying, well, you're really not in the game plan. But this is a first step for workforce housing in Cobb, unless there's something I'm missing, at least in the context of private multifamily luxury development.
Great, great. And can you just describe to me again the kind of unit mix, just in terms of perhaps allocations across Studio 1, 2, or even 3? Yeah, can you just describe a little bit of what, just high level, that mix is?
Sure. If I'm understanding your question, the unit mixes between studios, 1, 2s, 3s, 3 bedrooms?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Sure. It's a 45, 45, 10, but 10% would be the maximum number of 3-bedroom units
Okay.
there. 45, 45, 10. And of that first 45, we really had made a differentiation between the studios and the one, we're counting them as studios and 1 bedroom in the same fashion.
Got it. Okay. And just in terms of additional retail, and apologies if I'm just missing this on the site plan, but is it fair to assume these are stick-over podium type construction, where there might be retail programmed on the podium level and then 3 or 4 stories?
Yes, sir.
Got it. So that would be like type 3 or type 5 construction, and really that would be additional retail that would be programmed along that, as opposed to more apartment units that would be programmed below the podium?
Conceivably, I won't say TLM's calling the shots, but they're going to be our commercial partner in this. Greystar will be executing on the, so I don't have any degree of specificity with which I can answer that, because I haven't asked TLM that question. But we have it, and we want it to be malleable so that it can be market responsive. And if that's going to work, then that's something they're certainly interested in.
Okay. And my reason in asking is just to understand how basically the street level experience is, whether that's, and how that's being programmed at the actual apartment facades. So thank you for answering those questions.
No, I'm sorry I didn't feel like I did a great job, but I gave you the best I can right now. But thanks for asking.
Thank you.
May, Garvis, while you're there, just questions around Greystar and their business philosophy or business model. Are they typically a long-term holder of these types of developments?
Yeah, and yes, sir.
And
They are.
Okay.
And number one, they are the largest multifamily management and development company on the globe. And they're taking more and more management, which is not mean they're doing less and less new construction, but they're taking more and more management. That's a big focus of theirs over the past 5 years, particularly.
Okay. And so management, they have their in-house property management team that will be responsible for obviously maintaining this, and I suspect they're selecting construction materials that are in the best interest of long-term maintenance cost and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I've quoted the district commissioner twice already. I'm going to do it again. She told me that, and I think she told in the presence of our clients, she wants to be able to drive, walk, whatever, by this in 30 years, and for it to look good, not the forlorn look that it has now from the 90s. So 30 years from now, we'll be in the 2050s. So I hope she enjoys her walk, because it's going to look good, and the materials are sustainable. And that's what makes the difference between what you're seeing being demolished today and what's going to be built for tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have a few questions of the applicant. You did as well. Please go ahead.
I just have one clarification, because it seems Commissioner Anderson asked about the over podium, and on the renderings that you show, it seems like it's 4 stories of just living, not retail at the bottom.
It is. And I think, I thought Ms. Anderson was talking about the ability maybe to go vertical with what we've got. So maybe I misunderstood his question. But no, none of our renderings show any additional vertical construction, just the 1 story.
Got it.
Right now.
But the ability to.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Okay, so you told us about the potential to provide workforce-type housing in this area in connection with another rezoning that came up last year, correct?
No, we did not have a workforce component on the adjacent rezoning.
Okay, tell me about the adjacent rezoning. How many units of apartments were added?
It was I say platform, it was a prototypical number of numbers, but it was a combination of townhomes and multifamily units, and there were rehab and retrofitting and repurposing of a 270,000 square foot shopping center. So the dynamics and synergy of that were a lot different, at least in my way of thinking, than this one is.
Okay, but if I understand correctly, you're proposing to add 340 units of apartments on 15 acres, plus with a retail component still included, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, if I understand you correctly, you're going to have to tear down all the existing retail that I think are designated as buildings 1, 2, and 3.
Every building that's on the site, every structure on the site will be demolished.
Do you have, it was interesting for me to learn on the last one, the prior rezoning of another apartment community you're advocating. There was a net number calculated by the Cobb County School Board. Do you have any idea what your mix of apartments is here, and how many additional children do you think that'll put in the schools here?
The mix of apartments, and I think, Commissioner Anderson, I think he was going in this direction. It's 45% studios and ones, 45% twos, which puts it at 10 for 3 bedrooms, but that's just not the market we're looking for. But we'd like to have the ability to do 3 or 10% 3 bedrooms.
Okay, so this one would create a little more in the way of a little higher student populace than the last?
Well, according to the last speaker, it will. I didn't know that I didn't know that was their formula. And this isn't a criticism of the school board, but if they've got a long-term or a long-range study, they don't share it, or I don't have it, I don't know about it. And so what I see are 3 numbers in the zoning analysis of the middle, high, and elementary schools, and whether it's over or under capacity, and I don't see any long-term projections as to need or long-term projections as to maybe, consolidation or jettisoning on school or combining a school with another. So I have a hard time analyzing that, and again, not a criticism of the school district at all.
I see you have a dog park in this, which I appreciate. Do you have a place for children to play anywhere?
There's no tot lots. There's nothing set up specifically for children. Correct, Craig?
Yes. Is there?
There will be.
This is Craig Gerhardt. And
That's fine.
If you don't mind him answering that question, I'll swear him.
That'd be great.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Yeah, you can go ahead and comment on that. Any place for children to play or congregate in a safe place here?
There is space between one of the buildings on the left-hand side of the site plan that we're actively working on planning for amenity space. In other communities, we have planned for park area for children, et cetera. So that is contemplated here.
Okay, is it the area that's currently just a white space between buildings 4 and 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you willing to commit to having an amenity space for children in that area?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions for this gentleman?
Just one of the amenities. I know you have a pretty extensive list here, at least what I'm looking at. Club room, leasing space, swim pool, courtyards, dog park plaza. Will you have co-working space in the co-working?
In our amenity spaces right now, Commissioner, we're planning on several co-working abilities. The actual square footage I don't have, in front of me, but we are actively and have seen a fantastic reception to co-working space in our communities and excited about providing that here.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further.
Okay.
I have nothing further. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. In going back to the email I got from Amy with respect to the second submittal of the traffic study, I think, at least for me, it would be beneficial for me, and I'm going to assume the rest of the board, to have the opportunity for DOT staff to weigh in on any observations that the professional staff may have with respect to that study. And And also, I want to be sure we take into account the adjoining property that is undergoing redevelopment. I would want to recommend to this board that we maybe hold this for 30 days, have the opportunity for staff to weigh in with respect to the traffic study findings, and that would be my motion to this group.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we have a second. Go ahead and, any discussion first? I'm sorry. Okay, then call the question. Okay. So by a vote to 5-0, the motion passes to hold this for 30 days.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hughes.
And the second was by Planning Commissioner Anderson. Next case, or do we need a break? This clerk's office indicates it's time for a break, so we'll take just about a 7-minute break.
Can I,
Okay, welcome back to what we anticipate will be the last session of the September 2021 Planning Commission meeting. John, our next case.
Mr. Chairman of the Board, we do have one more rezoning case and one special land use permit case. These two cases are related. Would it be the board's desire to hear these together and then make separate motions on both?
That's fine. Do you need that motion now?
No, I don't need a motion. I just need a consensus. That's okay.
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
they're related. And let me indicate now for the record, Planning Commissioner Vaught has recused himself from this case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first case is rezoning case Z61 of 2021, Blue Tiger Properties LLC, request rezoning from O&I to O&I for a climate-controlled self-service storage facility in land lot 224, the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Stylesboro Road, east of Dennis Camp Lane, and that's also going to be heard with its companion special land use permit case SLEP 7 of 2021, Blue Tiger Properties LLC, request a special land use permit for a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lot 224 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Stylesboro Road, east of Dennis Camp Lane. The applicant is present for both these cases. Is there anyone here opposed to these cases? Mr. Chairman of the Board, there are 3 people here opposed to these cases. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, for the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams with Sams, Larkin and Huff here in Marietta. I've got the pleasure here of representing Blue Tiger Properties, LLC, concerning this zoning and special land use permit. When I first saw the name, Blue Tiger, it's got a T in the middle, and I thought it was Blutiger. But then they tell me it's not, it's Blue Tiger. So I have Mr. Tyler Cook of Blue Tiger here today. His father, Mitchell Cook, is the main principal of the corporation, but Tyler has also been hand in glove with his dad on his own as well. In fact, Tyler runs that CrossFit gym that's right over here off the loop. He didn't expect to get a commercial, but I'll tell you, it's one of the most sophisticated workout places you can see in the city of Marietta. We've also had input from our civil engineer. He had to leave. He was here earlier today, Mr. Travis Pruitt and Associates. The property you're looking at here, this is a revised site plan, but nevertheless, it was the one filed with the zoning application. It's been amended, as you can see. And in addition to that, you're going to see another iteration of that shows also, Mr. Chairman, some things that you and I had been able to discuss last week, some concerns that you had. This property is located within a commercial node. It's called a Community Activity Center, which is the second least restrictive land use category behind a regional activity center. The commercial node it's in is rather extensive. It runs along Stylesboro Road. It extends onto Dennis Kemp Lane up to and including the Mars Hill Road intersections. There's existing neighborhood retail-type commercial uses that front onto Stylesboro, and also some that are located across Dennis Kemp on the pin corner of Dennis Kemp, which is a Zaxby's drive-through restaurant. Also across our hardware store, daycare center, and as I mentioned, some other type of issues. If you can look, this is a zoning map. If you can see where the subject property is located and look directly to your north, the totality of that property, including the almost undevelopable southern piece of that, which extends to the center line of the creek, is owned by the YMCA. So that's the reason it has that blue designation. And so it's a good neighbor. That's to the north. That's 11.8 acres, and it's a 45,000 square foot footprint with interior space and programs, the things you would expect from today's YMCA, which is a different entity than maybe we knew it when we were growing up. The subject property's position in the Community Activity Center led to the original rezoning of this as a conditional O&I, office and institutional, which is a compatible zoning district for climate-controlled self-service storage facilities. So we're not changing the zoning classification, just the conditions relative to it, because it was tied into a site plan for an office building. And of course, under O&I, you can exceed, you can go to 4 stories as a maximum. Blue Tiger's plans are to provide storage needs for residential, office, and commercial within the area. And it's really less intense than an office would be in terms of AM, PM, peak hour generation, as well as other issues. So we're seeking that rezoning, and we're asking that it be approved. And I was on my way to the podium, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Chairman. Are we covering these concurrently in terms of a presentation, or will I be making 2?
Yes, but if you need an extra 2 minutes and 5 seconds, we can accommodate.
It seems to be my MO today. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But if we could go back to either the zoning map or an aerial map, you can see that the subject property has no contiguity whatsoever to any residential subdivision, any residence, or any residences. It's totally surrounded by non-residential uses, which doesn't mean that folks that are in the subdivisions to the northeast and the east don't have a vested interest in what's going on. Of course they do. But with the calls that I've gotten some calls, and of course they really manifest themselves in terms of volume once the signs go up and the notification letters go out. So, and as a part of what we did this past Labor Day weekend, if you can go back to that color and site plan, originally, and this hadn't been officially submitted because it was way past the deadline, and I actually got that late last night. I got a precursor to it on Monday that wasn't colored or dimensioned, but we actually have a list of what will go in there. But we showed an 8-foot strip along the subject property's frontage for vegetative screening purposes. This is a 20-foot maintained landscape buffer along the entirety of the frontage. Now, I don't know that we need it because the architecture, if Cornelius can get us to that, is right there. Is there a way to zoom in on that just a little bit, maybe? Okay. Perfect. As you can see, this shows different conceptualized imagery of the product. This is as you view it, at least these pictures, mainly from Stylesboro Road. This is an all-brick building, and you can see the nice cutouts of the awnings. You see the trees that are back up closer to the building, and now with this 20-foot as opposed to 8-foot landscaping across the frontage. And we don't want to hide the building, but we certainly will if you needed to soften the architecture. That's the cool thing about climates is, you can skin it any way you want to. But we thought for this district in this section that it should be all brick, and that it should present as it does, as a one-story from Stylesboro. It's actually a bi-level plan with the entrance off Dennis Kemp around the back in terms of where deliveries and in terms of where the positioning of the office is going to be for this development as well. The original plan we had depended upon rear entry into the facility and maneuverability for fire trucks and maneuverability for our clients, utilizing what's called buffer averaging. Buffer averaging is something that was a tool for us until it wasn't. So midstream of this application, I think the state of Georgia told Cobb County Stormwater Management Division that it could no longer buffer average, where you would take away or utilize a portion of the buffer, make up for it, not as much, but more than what you would have taken away. But that's no longer an option developmentally, which is a disappointment to me. But nevertheless, I understand it, and we've abided by that. This granting of the zoning and the SLUP will be use-specific for the climate-controlled self-service storage facility. There's no other uses. Hours of operation, 9 to 6 for the office. The actual storage facility itself will be open from 6 a.m. until 10 p.m. for key card, punch pad access. There'll be absolutely no building access whatsoever in or out after 10 p.m. So you just really won't be able to get in there. All activity is strategically monitored with a surveillance system and with cameras. We'll submit a landscape plan during plan review with species of vegetation, and I'll do all that between now and the Board of Commissioners meetings. There are no dumpsters with these. The dumpsters are internal to the site, so we don't have to go to the dumpster component or enclosure or whatever, or however we want to characterize it, but it'll be in the building. Signage, except maybe some signage, identification signage affixed to the building, will be ground-based monument-style sign or signage. There's not going to be any type of flashing sign components or LED components like that. We just don't think this is a section of the Stylesboro Road corridor where you really want to see, fluctuating signage that could be a distraction to drivers. The security fencing we'll have along the rear will be that faux wrought iron with the gates that'll be placed for security purposes in terms of access to these. It doesn't go around the entirety of the property, just the protected areas in the back. There's no outside storage. There's no RVs. There's no boats. There's no vehicles parked on the property that advertise. There's no stacking or queuing of any cars that will be needed at any point or any place, either from a construction perspective or from a utilization perspective. Stormwater management-wise, our stormwater and detention infused with a water quality component will be underground. We've talked extensively with Mr. Carver, Stormwater Management Division, about that. We'll be donating the conveyance of right-of-way for project improvements. And also, we have done a trip generation memo by Travis Pruitt and his group. It's attached to the handout you have. As you know, there could not be much less of a traffic generator other than a cemetery, quite candidly. And that's not when a funeral's happening. We're compliant with all the fire marshal's recommendations. And just to sum up in the 3 seconds I've got, this is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive land use plan. Staff has recommended approval. For all these reasons, we do respectfully request, Mr. Chairman, that you, as a planning commission, recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners as presented to you today and as amended by the exhibit that you see here.
Thank you very much. For the opposition. And if you could start with your name.
Good afternoon. It's been a pleasure to spend the day with you, and we appreciate your service all day long. There were a few more of us here, but a few of them had to leave for bus duty and picking up children from school and so forth, but 3 remain. So each one. My name is Bill Clements. I live in a subdivision directly across the street from here, but we were close enough to get the 1,000-foot letter. I've been in that, it's 1730 Rose Hedge Way. The name of the subdivision is Hedge Rose. I've been in Cobb County for 40 years. I've appeared here many times before, when most of you are a lot younger, most of them, but Mr. Garvis. And I've been in this subdivision. It was our forever home we built 16 years ago. So when my wife retired from school principalship, we moved here and we're going to stay. It's forever. Now, we're opposed to this slurp because by definition, a slurp is contrary to the land use plan. What we've got there is O&I, office and institutional, not office and commercial, and not office and industrial. We know the law, we know the code. Ms. Dance wrote most of it over there. And this is not one of the uses that's permitted in that zoning category. We have a delightful neighborhood up there. We have the grocery stores that Mr. Garvis mentioned. We have pharmacies 3. We have a YMCA. We have a regional library. We have all the fast foods. We got more. We have Reveille for breakfast. You can have the hot dogs for the afternoon. You can have Chick-fil-A's, Zaxby's, McDonald's. We got it all. We have, but one thing that wasn't pictured on there besides my subdivision, and the other speakers will talk about their subdivisions, but I'm in Hedgerows. We have 4 types of livable residential subdivisions adjacent to this. One's directly abuts it. It's Kentwater, and she's not here. She had to leave. The other one's a senior residential community wherein you have to be 55 above. And the third one is a personal care home, assisted living. They have a memory component. I don't live there now. I'm eligible, but I don't live there yet. It has a memory component. It has nursing home as well as assisted living. And then our neighborhood, which is a family neighborhood. We're probably the oldest people. There's one actually guy older than me in there. But we love it because my wife was a school principal for 47 years, and we like kids. But basically, we're opposed to this because it doesn't belong. It doesn't fit. And we were shocked when the realtor listed it, Mr. Byers, he listed it O&I, office and institutional. Everything out there, we have hundreds. I forgot Craig, I can't remember his last name. He put in some really nice professional offices. What we have there, medically speaking, you can go from psychiatric to gynecology to pediatrics to podiatry right across the street. I got a new knee from orthopedic right across the street from Pinnacle. In terms of, we got CPAs, we've got financial consultants, we've got insurance agents, and all these places are highly desirable, and they're full. And this is designed for more of that, which is what belongs in that neighborhood. Now, when Mr. Willabo developed Brookstone and all the phases to it, this is what he had in mind. We've got it all. If you want to eat there, you can live there. And I laughingly tell people, all I need to do is to find 6 good pallbearers, because right next to me is a senior community, right next to this a nursing home, right across the street from me is a church, but it's a cemetery. So I don't need, we've got all the services we need out there, but we don't need storage. And this is an exception to the code and the land use plan that we've been following for years. And to my knowledge, it'd be the only exception allowed. This slurp is the only one I've ever known about. And I've been coming here for years, long before any of you, and that's the way it is. So next, we're going to have a speaker from the senior community, meaning 55 and above. And then another young neighbor of mine whose wife had to leave early to pick up their 2 boys will speak in more detail about hedgerows. But we'll be here for any questions. We're not here to rebut. We're just saying we want you to recommend disapproval. This does not fit. It doesn't comply with the land use. This land use plan is very specific about what can be in each of these categories. This fits industrial, not office residential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next for the opposition.
I don't have any more to say. I've got this.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joanne Shaw, S-H-A-W. I am the secretary of the HOA board at Stonebrook Village, which is a small 55-plus community. It's pretty much as close to the site as it could be. We also object to this storage unit being built, and these are our reasons. Firstly, there is absolutely no need or demand for storage facility in this neighborhood. Stylesboro Road is about 3 miles. On one side is Cobb Parkway, on the other side is Dallas Highway. That is where this type of a commercial building belongs, not in our neighborhood. Secondly, a storage unit doesn't fit into the community, and if it did, it would not require rezoning. Third, and this was what was already said, that the neighborhood offices are doctors, school, professional offices, and they act as a direct service to the community, which is what we would like. In fact, if Mr. Sams could get one of his high-end restaurants to come in instead of this, we'd be very happy. But lastly, the community as a whole is opposed to having a storage facility built in this neighborhood. And I think that's the most important. We don't want this there. It doesn't belong. So based on these reasons, we respectfully request that you deny this application for rezoning and special land use.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
There was a third person to speak in opposition? Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Blair Bond, B-L-A-I-R, last name Bond. Most of what I was going to point out has already been said, but I'd like to additionally point out that self-service storage facilities are primarily zoned under the section 134-279, which is light industrial and heavy industrial. There are 18 references to self-service storage facilities throughout the Cobb County Code if you search the online manual. One of those does fall in the O&I zoning code within the CAC Center. However, as the prior speakers have mentioned, none of what is in our surrounding area fits to what is being presented today. Additionally, in those 18 references, there are multiple references to an effective mandate as of January 1st, 1998, where no further SLUPs will be granted for self-service storage facilities. So I'd like for that to be considered. No new applications, I'm sorry, for SLUPs for that matter. Sorry, just looking at my notes. Again, there's zero demand. As evidence of that, we have a petition, an online petition was started for the neighborhoods across the street, our neighborhood, and then Ms. Shaw's neighborhood. We have 341 signatures, and that's growing on a daily basis. We can email you copies of that so you can see all the residents in the area who have signed all of that. Unfortunately, I did not bring copies for each of you today, so I apologize. Lastly, the people who were here from Kentwater unfortunately had to leave, but they would like to make a point that they're concerned about traffic, as we all are. Increased truck traffic, moving trucks in and out of that intersection. That's a very dangerous intersection coming out of Dennis Kemp Lane onto Stylesboro. There's no left-hand turn lane, there's no traffic light, there's no stop sign, there's not anything. And at high demand, high traffic hours of the afternoon and in the mornings, that's a very dangerous intersection, which is when this facility would be open. Additionally, I don't know, forgive me for not knowing the process, but there are two points. One, I'd like to request information from Mr. Sams. In his zoning submission request, he says that the owner of the property is under financial detriment. During the current zoning of the property, I was wondering if there was information provided to the commissioners or available for us to review so that we may be able to rebut that and do some research regarding the financial detriment of the current owner of the property under the current zoning. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. There's still nearly 2 minutes. Is there anyone else here to speak for the opposition? Okay, then we'll close the public comment portion of the meeting. And this, I know, is in District 1. So let me go ahead and get the opponents back up here. Y'all can come up here, and I have a series of questions for you. That'd be fine. So the lady, Ms. Choa, did I pronounce it right?
Ms. Shua,
Shua.
S-H-A-W.
Shua. Okay, I apologize. So you indicated you'd be fine if there was a restaurant here, right? Okay.
Well, I was just kidding, because when I said that there was no need or demand for it, that's probably the only thing I've ever heard that somebody said that we needed in the neighborhood.
Okay. In terms of what else you think would be appropriate there, I'd like to hear your comments about that, and from any of you.
A professional office?
What's that?
A professional office building?
Sure, it's already zoned for that. We wouldn't have to worry about that one. Anything else?
Well, certainly more professional offices, because the professional offices are across the street, two different developments. They abut it, and these are three street, many multiple offices. So more of the same, because we're growing, more children are coming in, and we need more professional services. And we've got a neat little deal out there. When the Willoughby Brothers designed Brookstone and the whole works, they did a marvelous job with Mr. Gaskins, and it's laid out perfectly. Mr. Schultz has done a nice job, too. He did our subdivision and hers. But more of what we have, more professional services. We don't need storage. If you want to store your boat or you store your furniture, move down to 41 where there's plenty of industrial property available, plenty. And we're one of the ones in all of Cobb County. Guess what? All of our branch banks that closed up, they're all fully occupied with professional services. We don't have a vacant branch bank in our community any longer. We had 6 at one time. So it's a high demand professional service type community, we think.
So when I looked, I could not find any, when I looked, just did a Google search, I couldn't find any existing self-storage anywhere in the area.
There are, I believe there are at least 13 within a 5-mile radius.
Right.
There was a brand-new extra storage space built right off of Mars Hill and Cobb Parkway right in front of the Home Depot.
Right.
And then there's another brand-new extra space storage, again, built across the street from Lowe's, just a little bit further down, just past Ackworth due west. And then there's Parkatoy a little further to, I'm not sure of my direction, but if you go left on Mars Hill, there's another one up the street on the right hand.
Sure, but basically out Dallas Highway and up 41, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. How would you feel hypothetically if there was a CrossFit gym in the front of a mixed-use facility there?
I don't know.
A mixed-use facility, I don't have hearing aids. When you get to a certain age, glasses, mask, and hearing aids are more than I can handle.
The same gentleman who filed the application also runs at least one CrossFit gym. I was just asking a little bit off-the-wall question. Have you ever
I
contemplated?
believe there's a yoga place up a little further across Mars Hill Road.
Yep. I'm not sure that would be desired either. There's a 24-hour fitness. There's a Pilates across the street. The YMCA is, as you know,
next.
adjacent to this property, so I'm not sure if they would be on board with that either. And
Okay. Do any of my fellow planning commissioners have any questions of the opponents, any of them? Mr. Planning Commissioner Hughes?
If I could just point out stuff, I was just looking at the applicant's presentation, and one of the slides, there's looks like it's from Google Earth, 3-mile radius around this side. There are 4 self-storage facilities. The occupancy, I guess the lowest occupancy, according to this, is 97.6%. Everything else is 98, all the way up to 99. So I'm assuming that's their market demand analysis for this type of facility. So,
Any other questions of any of these opponents from any of you? No? Okay. I have some questions for the applicant then. At this time, you folks can have a seat.
thank you.
Okay. So
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Let's see. Do you know of any other self-storage facility out there in that immediate area at Mars Hill Church and, or rather at Mars Hill and Stylesboro?
You have been provided with some information. The handout, first of all, it's not necessarily limited to industrial. If you remember 2 months ago, we rezoned one adjoining Burroughs District, which was a retrofit and repurposing of a movie theater and then an extra building. But to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, here's a site right here in the middle of this. The red is a 3-mile circumferential demarcation. We've got prime climate self-service storage facility here. Occupancy is at 98.2% of that building outside the 3-mile. We've got extra space storage, also a climate occupancy at 98.8%. And then we've got an extra space, looks like it's right on the red line, but say at 3 miles at 97.6. So not only is this circle golden, this circle is absolutely fertile field for the various and sundry rooftops that you see in this area. And whether they've got people that don't want it, and they've signed a petition, I don't doubt that at all, Mr. Chairman, but we anticipate 100% occupancy with already within 2 years of construction, if not before that.
Sure. But the point is, there aren't any self-storage facilities within a mile of that location, correct?
Within 3 miles.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And just to follow up on another point, because I do recall your coming in here and seeing us and getting approval to, or recommendation for approval to repurpose a movie theater. And,
yes, sir.
Yeah. I went and looked this weekend. I couldn't find any empty movie theaters in that area. Are you?
No, not this year. It was Gordy Parkway, Sandy Plains.
I understand, but are you aware of any empty?
In this area? No, sir.
Yeah. I couldn't find a movie theater at all in that area.
No, and I think you're going to, just like we did a redevelopment of the AMCs, took out 10 of 24 theaters, I think you're probably going to be seeing some repurposing of those. Mm-hmm. But no, I don't know be in this area.
Okay. And as you just indicated, your target market there would be the rooftops in that area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if the self-storage down there operated by your client on Windy Hill Road, is that the same setup in terms of essentially 9 to 6 office, 6 to 9 in the morning, and then again at least 6 to 10, if not beyond, video surveillance? Do you know if it's the same?
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm not sure what its occupancy is, but those were stipulations that were applicable to the Windy Hill site, which I think has more units, and we took out we demolished at least part of one of these, well, it was a flop house, call it extended stay or whatever you want to, but it was good for the county to be shed of that.
Mm-hmm. And you indicated there would be, did I hear right that there would be no truck rentals, no U-Haul rentals of any kind here?
Yes, sir.
When I look at the code for what is required to have a SLEP within for this purpose within O&I, it seems to suggest some pretty rigorous landscaping buffers.
Yes, sir.
What's your understanding in that regard?
My understanding is just the same, and the reason we didn't just pay heed, we executed on your suggestion to bulk up the landscaping. But of course, this is a conceptual landscape plan, so the buffer dimensionally will stay the same. But of course, the totality of the site is going to have to be landscaped as well. And luckily or unluckily, it caused us some developmental constraints, but quite candidly, the scene looking down towards the creek as the scene looking up the creek toward the YMCA, no buffering's needed back there. As I mentioned, notwithstanding what they said adjacency, there is no contiguity to any residential development. And as far as an office market, it doesn't exist in this sub-area at this time.
Okay. Well, the gentleman, Mr. Clements, spoke about banks have shut down out there, but they immediately repurposed as office for medical office and such. Do you have any?
I'm finding a lot of banks that are. My bank did away with its drive-in window and being able to go in, but the banks are cutting back on their surplusage with respect to branch outlets. The ones that they have, they're severely restricting. I've known Mr. Clements as long as he's known me, which is a long time that either one of us will admit. But the fact of the matter is, I see less repurposed than I see more repurposed. And I've had at least 3 bank sites come to me for rezoning, and we're talking about it now. And some of them are in East Cobb, some in West. But banks aren't being built right now, Mr. Chairman.
Right, but he's just indicating this is a little bit atypical area or submarket in that he thinks that banks that come open there are fairly promptly getting repurposed as medical office and professional office. And
I did one for a client on Concord Road in the city of Smyrna where they moved their construction offices there, but you're dealing with infrastructure in a bank with vaults and things that, so sometimes the retrofitting of the inside of it is problematic. But right now, I can't think of any banks, Mr. Chairman, at least in this part of the world, that have been repurposed. And I'm thinking up and down Dallas Highway and the Loop and Bear Parkway and everywhere I can think of.
One more thing, I appreciate the bricks on your proposed plan. I think brick's certainly a better look than certain other finishes. I spent part of my weekend actually running a Google search for best-looking self-storage facilities. One winner was CubeSmart in Columbia, South Carolina. Another was Storage Town in Colliersville, Tennessee. Another was Spaces Storage in Little Rock. But the common component that I found in all these things was the number of windows in addition to the number of bricks, and in certain cases, party hats on the top to kind of dress things up. Did you folks give any consideration to any of those?
Well, I think we have, as you can see on the front, but and I don't know if what you're reading or what you're seeing on Google actually reflects the fact that there are a lot of faux windows on many of these that may appear to be windows, but in fact aren't. The construction of a climate-controlled self-service storage facility is a little different than most commercial buildings in that the floors are compacted, meaning there's 10 feet allocated per floor. It's a little different type of construction. And of course, y'all can't really go over a certain height. The board has the authority to do that. But, you know, that if you go over a certain height, then the construction costs and the infrastructure costs with respect to the building just blossom.
One more question. I actually found where one structure in Columbus, Ohio includes specialized wine storage. Can anybody given any thought to that? Was that anything that's ever crossed anybody's mind in any of your self-storage applications, since they're already climate controlled?
Interestingly, we did one at Mount Wilkinson Parkway and I-285 that was a Mount Wilkinson, and it had a component of about 10,000 square feet that was to be occupied by these individual 100 square foot cubicles for hairdressers. That's the only one I've ever done that actually had a unrelated commercial component to it. So I'd have to say we haven't given any thought to that.
Does anyone else have, any other commissioners have questions for the applicant or his counsel? Okay, thank you for
Thank
answering
you,
my
Mr. Chairman.
questions. I'm sorry. Planning Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, I had one other quick one. Sorry about that. Just wanted to understand, I'm just looking at the site plan, Mr. Sams, just wanted to confirm that there are, and they don't appear to be any dedicated dock high or roll-up door type
No.
structures on there.
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir. No, sir.
Got it.
And that's the problem. I've represented the Cooks for probably 10, 15 years, and that's been the problem from the beginning, the misconception. There's ordinances that still call them mini warehouses, and in fact, you know, they've come a long way, particularly architecturally and functionally, but no, sir, no roll-up doors.
Got it. And then, will there be, in terms of the support, the kind of canopy over in the front elevation, will that basically limit any kind of possibilities to just box trucks as opposed to any kind of longer trailers? It seems like there wouldn't be able to have any like very long trailers in here just given the natural circulation, but just wanted to confirm that the biggest vehicle you could fit in here would probably be just like a box truck.
Yes, sir. I think that's a fair statement. We haven't done a turning analysis, but when we had to revise the site plan because of the doing away with the stream buffer averaging, it pinched the maneuverability, and I think would preclude certain types of trucks. But as a part of plan review, and Ms. Diaz is here, she may correct me on this, but I think they'll have us do turning radius and turning models that will be able to be proven before they're going to issue a CO for the site.
Got it. And then the last question was just, I note there's a pervious payment specified. So just for kind of my education on this, since that is within the impervious setback, what type of pavement would that be?
It'll be brick pavers, and with pervious pavers, it's a 60-40 in terms of, of credit. So our goal is, of course, not to exceed the impervious allowance for this site, the reason for using those.
Okay, so that's one where the calculations presume that all that area reflected there, 40% of that effectively counts as...
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Does that draw any questions? Any thoughts for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I had a question or two for Carl Carver, if he's still here with us.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Okay, how does this parcel that's up for rezoning relate to Kentwater homeowners?
The Kentwater HOA comes up to that, I guess that's the eastern property line.
Okay. And is there floodplain there or something?
I don't recall. Let me get my file.
Okay.
Yeah. No, floodplain does not come up into there.
Okay. You show stormwater discharging through an established residential neighborhood, is that correct?
That's correct.
And which one is it?
Kentwater.
You mentioned the possible need for a wetland permit. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, it depends on, their final design. At this conceptual level, we don't, know exactly all what they're, how they plan to do their underground detention and how they plan to discharge that. But, if they were to get into the stream anywhere down in there, or if there's wetlands outside of the stream in the buffer areas, then those would need to be identified during this final design with their surveying and design plans.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions of Mr. Carver? No? All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Does any other commissioner wish to call anyone for questioning? All right, at this point, I'm going to also move to hold this for 30 days. Based on a series of concerns I have and need to review the plan in greater detail and the applicable code. So that's my motion. Okay, I have a second by Planning Commissioner Dance. Is there any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? So the motion to hold for a month carries by a 4-0 vote with Commissioner Vaught abstaining. And if someone would kindly, or I'll run out there, but tell them to come on back in. Thank you. John, that was our last case. We have nothing left but minutes. Okay. Okay. I am told that my motion has to specifically reference both the SLUP and the Z. So before we invite him back in, let me amend my motion to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And also on your motion. Here, is this, Commissioner Vaught did not abstain. He recused himself. He's not,
Recused, yes.
he's not part of the vote at all.
That's fine. Can I ask you to wait just one more minute? I'm going to clean up a little housekeeping. Right. Thank you. So let me try that again. Commissioner Vaught has recused himself from this matter, so let me make clear or go ahead and move to amend my motion to make clear it pertains to both Z 61 and SLUP 7, and the motion is to hold for 30 days. Is that satisfactory? Okay. Second again by Commissioner Dance. Call the question. That passes by a vote of 4-0, again with Commissioner Vaught having recused himself. And now if somebody could bring him back in. Thank you. And John, are we correct that we've concluded all our cases for the day? Thank you. Okay, we have some minutes. Wanted to entertain a motion on these, either set of minutes.
Move to approve the August 3rd, 2021 minutes of the Planning Commission.
Okay, this. Second. Motion to approve by Commissioner Dance, the August 3rd, 2021 Planning Commission minutes on the green sheets, second by Planning Commissioner Vaught. Any discussion? All in favor? That passes by a vote of 5-0.
Move to approve the August 30th, 2021 minutes of the special call meeting of the Planning Commission.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Planning Commissioner Anderson. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Okay, those minutes are also approved by a vote of 5-0, as were the August 3, 2021 minutes. And with that, do we need a motion to adjourn, council? Can I entertain a motion to adjourn? We have a motion to adjourn by Planning Commissioner Vaught. We have a second by Planning Commissioner Hughes. And no discussion. Call the question. That passes by a vote of 5-0. Thank you very much.